Alright, it's been a hot minute since I streamed. What's up, folks? I made it back. I'm tired. Yeah, it's time for another stream. I have sessions that I really need to finish, so I figured I'd go ahead and do a live stream of me just editing. You know the deal. Y'all ask me questions, watch my workflow, and yeah, we just have a good old time. Nothing special going on. I just got back from WPPI out in Vegas, so that was cool. Took some great photos, spent some more time with the GFX 100S. I have lots of feelings about it. I recorded a video about it, but I may re-record it just because I don't know if I really hit my points well, so I might go ahead and re-record it. We'll see. Welcome back. Hey Rodney, what's up? Yo, what's good, man? Glad to hear. Glad to be here, chill and chat for a while. Yes. Yeah, we're just gonna good old Q&A, hang out in Q&A, you know the deal. But yeah, I really have to finish these sessions. I'm so behind. I think I just did a wedding and I haven't even had a chance to call it, and it's been like 2 weeks. Are you coming to Photo Plus? Probably not. I usually tried to come to it back in the day, when I lived in New York, but I don't think I'm gonna. When is it actually? Can I type in Photo Plus Expo? Yeah. Photo Plus annual photo and video. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Why is this thing freaking out? September 30th to October 2nd. Huh. I feel like I'll be in the area actually. Hey man, big fan of yours. You keep me inspired. Awesome. Well, welcome to the stream. Let's see. I swear I'm gonna be there. Let's see. September 30th? September 30th. To October 2nd. Oh, that's right before the cookout too. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I probably won't be making it to that because I have another photo workshop that I'd be coming to. But I might try and make it more of an effort to come out to most of these expos. Fan from the Netherlands. Hello, welcome to the stream. Huge fan. Thanks for all the content. Awesome. You're welcome. We got Jamaica in the house. Hold on, let me put some socks on. My feet be getting mad cold. Let me put some socks on. And let me figure out why this thing's struggling so hard to focus on me. Like, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. And it's over here like it doesn't know how to focus. Wearing socks is crucial, y'all. My feet stay cold. I don't know. I see people who stay like, you know, without socks. They just be barefoot all the time. Can't do it. Hello from Raleigh, hometown in the house. What's up, neighbor? Lithuania in the house. Y'all be, it be late at night. I don't know how y'all watching me. All right. Got India in the house. Okay, so I have this session I need to finish. I'm pretty sure I called it all. I just need to finish editing it, which should take me 2 seconds actually. This was all GFX 100S. Miami, Florida in the house. Hello, hello. Brampton. Yo, we got the whole world. What do you think of the AI software Aftershoot? You know, I haven't had a chance to look at it. And I actually was just talking to them when I was at WPPI. But I didn't get a chance to sit down with them and actually see how the software worked. So I don't have too many opinions on it just yet. So what y'all are about to see me do is I've edited a good amount of this session, so I already know the settings are pretty much dialed in for scenes. So I'm just gonna go through and sync the settings because I know they're gonna be fine. So any of the photos where they already were edited and they're in the same scene, I'm just gonna sync. And then I'm gonna go back through and find out what's not edited. Most of this I've done. There's way too much yellow going on in this one though. Oh. You should do a wedding, learning, hands-on. So I want to, a couple of plans I have going on is I would love to do an in-person workshop. That's kind of a big thing that I'd love to do. And I also want to make actual courses. So I know people probably look at my full wedding day videos and they're like, wow, this is a course. But if you really listen to what I'm saying in the video, while I am sharing and giving tips, it's not very directed information. Like, I want to do a course where I actually break down like what I'm thinking, why I'm thinking it, what my settings are based on the lighting, you know, like all of that kind of stuff. I want to really get into it, not just be like, hey, here's what I'm doing. Hey man, can you tell us some fresh thoughts of the GFX? I'm loving it so far. I still don't know how well it would work for weddings, but we're talking like you can handle the majority of a wedding day on a GFX 100, no problem at all. So we're talking up to reception. I feel like it's a really great camera. And again, the GFX 100S, it's more about like the quality it has. And weddings are a unique situation where you need quality, but you also need snappiness. And the GFX 100S is not slow at all, but compared to an XT system, it doesn't have that same snappiness. Like obviously as a crop system, the snappiness of the the XT4 or XT3 is just like otherworldly compared to the GFX. It's just so fast. Oh, Lightroom, come on. Just did my first wedding last Friday. Your videos helped me a lot. Awesome. Glad I could help out. Let's see. Okay, all this is done. These are not done. I'm thinking these should sync across. So yeah, I want to do an actual like dedicated course. Now, obviously the course would be like a purchased product. You'd have to buy it, but I really want to do it. What do you mean by snappiness? Snappiness is kind of like how quick it can focus, how many frames it can drop off at a time. You know, you're looking at an XT4 mechanical shutter doing like 14, 15 frames a second, whereas the GFX 100S is like 5. You know, it's very different. So it's not that it's bad or slow or anything of that sort. It's not the same. I really don't want to, but I'm about to crop these. How do I change the aspect ratio? I like never do this, so I don't even know how to. What I want, a 4x5? I have no idea what I'm doing. They don't just have like the opposite aspect ratio. Just purchased your preset last week. Can't wait to use them on my Canon R5. Awesome. Any advice when shooting groups? How do you get them to all look at you? There's no real way to get them to look at you. People be doing whatever. Honestly, half the time I just kind of scream at people. You know, I'm not screaming, but I'm like, okay, my camera, eyes right here. I usually always say that. You have to click on the aspect icon. Whatever that works. Look at that, good old GFX 100. Cop it however you want. It's like, oh, the shot didn't work out for you. Great, just crop however, because you have the resolution. It's there. It's right to the left of the word aspect. These can sync over. Click the X for reverse crop. There's an X. I'm lost, y'all. I found a thing that I don't know about in Lightroom. Select the size, then you will resize and it should flip. Love seeing these photos against the building. I'm doing an engagement shoot in Rochester, all around the Kodak buildings. Yeah, I love shooting by buildings. That's like my thing. I did a couple photo sessions and photo walks while I was at WPPI. Like I led it. And that's what I was talking. Did I import that stuff? Oh yeah, it's only synced. Maybe I should just straight up import it. Cause I don't know if it didn't sync everything for some weird reason. But yeah, like this stuff here, I always love finding like building stuff to work with. So this was also GFX 100S. And again, because we have the resolution, I can crop however I want to. The only thing I don't like about this spot I chose is like this in the background is me. But yeah, look at how ridiculous this is, right? If I create a virtual copy, hey, Lightroom. That's too tight. Like, look, look, it's crazy. Like, what? And that's why, again, the GFX 100S is like a commercial photographer's dream. What? I'm dragging it from the film strip. It won't let me because it's a virtual copy. What? Did it crop it the same? Yo, this thing's hating. I made a virtual copy. Why? But yeah, same photo. And all I had to do was crop it in, which is like ridiculous. Look at that. Resolution so good. Now, obviously, you see I lost some of it here because I cropped in so hard. But again, I can still get a decent photo out of that. But let me not get distracted doing things I'm not supposed to do. Hi JB from the UK. Hello, welcome to the stream. Picked up every flaw. Yeah, that's the one thing about working with the GFX 100 is just like you will see everything. You know, like you will get every inch of someone's skin. So I found like I have to end up doing more skin smoothing and stuff, and I usually don't do all that. So yeah, the camera's great. Like this photo here. That's 100%. I think the grain is turned on this one. So yeah, GFX 100 is really awesome. Again, I at some point am going to bring it to a wedding and try to really do it. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. I need to rent a lens. But yeah, that's my goal, is to bring it to an actual wedding. These are the same, so I guess I'll black and white one of them. Would you remove the mole? No. So that's one of those, that's a great question because that comes up a lot. Something like moles, I usually will leave those in. That's like a part of someone's face. You know what I mean? And unless they really were trying to get rid of it, like, I would just leave it. Anything else like pimples and stuff and little skin marks, I'll get rid of that. But moles are getting a little too close to, like, I don't know. It's like trying to say that they were ugly or something, you know what I mean? And I try my best not to put myself in any type of position it seems like that's what I'm doing at all. Crank up that magenta. Do my first engagement shoot this Saturday, then first wedding, same couple in October. Nice. Awesome, glad I could be helpful. How do you find the focus from the GFX to the X-T3? I feel like the GFX obviously is slower than the X-T3. That's a given. Like, there's no other option. But the GFX 100S focus is really good. You just have to realize it's not, you know, like, it's not an X-T3 or an X-T4. Because that I think would be most people's reaction, especially if they used to shoot the X-T3 most of the time. Like, the first thing they're gonna do is approach it and be like, oh my god, it's slow. And it's like, it's not really slow. You just are comparing it to a camera that's obviously way faster. I'm really thinking about buying X-T4, but the Canon R6 looks like a workhorse. Your thoughts? I haven't really looked into the R6 at all, so I don't have too many thoughts on it. I'd be cool to try one at some point just to see what it's about, but I definitely haven't. Oops. I haven't looked into its specs or anything. What about scars on the face? That also, it depends. It really, a lot of the times it comes down to how it looks too. But yeah, I'm not a fan of like the perfectly flawless skin. Like, it's not real. Unless I'm doing some kind of like, you know, print work or something of that sort. Like, I'm not gonna edit you to look perfect, especially for wedding photography. And I tell my couples that up front, like, sorry, don't come to me with, can you drop me 15 pounds? No, I actually cannot. You know, I'm not gonna do that. I want you to look like you, and that's what it's gonna be. If you don't want to look like you in your wedding photos, then I'm not the photographer for you. John, have you tried the Sony A1? I have not. I've actually never shot a Sony camera ever. I think these should sync. Okay, one of these I'm gonna make black and white. Hey John, appreciate the content, super helpful. Awesome. Are you planning on releasing the exposure preset? I should go ahead. I've been like hesitant about the exposure preset because I don't know if people are gonna understand the fact that it's only sharpening and grain. You know what I mean? Like, there's no colors to it. It's literally just sharpening and grain. That's it. So I don't want to release it and then have people being like, I bought this thing and it does nothing. And it's like, well, it's not a color preset. You know, like it's just sharpening and grain. It's supposed to be added on top of a color preset. So because of that too, it's gonna be fairly cheap. It'll probably be like $5. But then I feel like because it's $5, people are gonna buy it because they're like, it's the cheapest preset there is, and then they're gonna be like, what? There's no colors. So yeah, I haven't released it yet, but I have it like basically packaged and ready to go. Have you ever shot in studio with the 100S? I have not. But yeah, the 100S is definitely probably a game changer in the studio. For studio work, it would be perfect. All my thoughts on the camera, whenever I keep saying stuff like it's slow, this is me talking about weddings. If I was in a studio, it would be hype. You know, like there'd be no questions. LOL, gotcha. The natural feels has been a game changer. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, I might release them soon. Like I said, I got them packaged and ready to go. Cool, last 2 photos, here we go. But yeah, again, the resolution is crazy on this thing. And I'm not even shooting it like, I'm shooting 14-bit color, compressed raw, 35mm mode. So it's like cropped technically. The sides are cropped a little bit. John, maybe you should show how it looks in Lightroom without sharpening and grain, and then export to exposure, the final crisp look. That's a good point. That's how I'll do like my before and afters. Bro, I'd love to watch a full video on you working at a wedding. I have some. Have you not seen my full wedding day? That next one is coming up soon. What's that, Friday? There. We did it. Hooray! Okay, so now I can deliver that. That took way longer than it should have. Who's up next? Did I finish culling this? 35? No, I didn't finish culling this. So much to do. I don't even, let's try and figure out where I stopped culling. Dang, word, bro. I think I stopped around here. I don't like culling in Lightroom, but I'm gonna have to. John, are you still going to the cookout? I want to go, but COVID has me scared. Yeah, I'm gonna be there. I'll be there personally, in person. Adobe's definitely stepped their game up, because culling is actually halfway decent for once. Hey John, I want to consolidate a bunch of Lightroom catalogs from various external drives. Any thoughts on how to do that? Thinking maybe onto a Synology NAS for space and access. So, from my understanding, what NAS is, or NAS, network attached servers, Lightroom won't let you actually use your catalogs from the server, which is mad annoying. So you still have to have them somewhere. So right now I'm just I've been storing my photos on there, but not actually the catalogs themselves. Y'all, the 110 is like, did someone just say that? The compression of the 110. Yeah. So this is the 110 right here. 110 is dumb, y'all. The 110 is such a good lens. I switch over to Fuji X and you jump to GFX. I haven't fully switched over yet. I'm still gonna be shooting weddings with my XT3s. Oh, I did that one already. Okay. I don't see the GFX handling weddings. I just don't see it. And again, that doesn't mean it's a bad camera. It's just not made for weddings. Oh, y'all, this slow shutter was handheld. Did I get it? It's a little soft. That's fine though. I don't know about you, but I don't need my photos to be tack sharp. As long as they're not, yeah, like here, that's doable. That's doable there. So yeah, the IBIS is pretty good too. 1/5 of a second. Pretty good. What would you say the GFX cameras are best for? So definitely any type of, like fashion photography, commercial photography, probably architecture type stuff, and real estate, portraiture, studio work. That's where the GFX is gonna shine. Like that's its field. That's its like home court basically. Weddings, it definitely can do weddings. But again, once you get up to the reception, I'm not very sure. But I want to try it. I really want to try it on like a whole wedding. But yeah, this was handheld. That's pretty good handheld. Yo, look at Lightroom actually culling for once. Hi from Switzerland. Hello, welcome to the stream. Ooh, I wonder, let's see how much we can crop this in. Have you ever edit 1 or 2 photos on the same day of the wedding and then Polaroid picture pocket print it? I have not. I want to buy one of those. Not a Polaroid, but Fujifilm makes one for the Instax. So it's like a printer that you connect directly to your Fuji and you can just Instax it. The best way to do that personally would be on your camera, because Fujifilm has the RAW conversion in camera, is to find a banger shot, do a RAW conversion on it, turn it JPEG, maybe throw a little edits on it. Again, the color science on the camera looks great. Make your JPEG in camera and then print it on one of those Fuji Instax printers. I don't own one. I want to get one. Is this fine? It's a little soft. I think I cropped it too hard. Oh no, look at that. You know what's crazy too? Like, you crop it that hard and it's like the same as an XT3 file basically. I got a totally different picture out of it. Let's see what the dimensions are. Yeah, look at that. Cropped, it's still 5,000 by 3,000. Like, it's literally an XT3 file at that point. Sounds like a shadow. There we go. Too much magenta. Magenta, man. Crank up the magenta. How many millimeters do you often use for the focal length? So what lens size? It depends, but I tend to stick around 35. 35 mil is my go-to spot, and then 85 is my long spot. Shooting a Sweet 16 in a few weeks. Any pointers? None really. It's about the same as weddings as far as like how you're approaching the photos you're taking and stuff. I wish the before and after actually showed like the crop, not just the edit. But that was an extreme crop. I don't know if y'all caught that. Like, literally that was the crop. How much time do you spend on a photo session? Editing? It's pretty minimal actually. Pretty minimal. John, I give the couple a few prints of the day, which I printed on the Instax printer. The game changer and some prints of the guests, which actually led to a booking. Nice. Yeah, I need to start, you know, I don't write that into my own time basically during the day, which is something I need to do. Lightroom. Come on, Lightroom. We got kicked off of this this parking garage. That's why there was only a couple photos. We were up there and it was like, oh, this is so cool, and then someone came over with the quickness like, y'all need to leave. we were like, dang, bro. Do you wish you could rearrange the editing modules? No, not really. I kind of like where they are for the most part. I mean, I guess you get used to it. $135 any good for weddings? It should be. Again, I'm a very firm believer of there's no specific gear that's good for anything. It's more so, do you like the lens and how it performs, and do you like the look it gives you, and that's it. Trying to narrow down what are like the best pieces of gear for wedding, I don't think that's how it works. Have you seen any of the rumors surrounding the XH2? Wondering if it will be like Sony A7S III. I don't really keep up with the rumors at all, so I'm not familiar. Here goes a ridiculous Brenizer. Did I not combine it? I didn't. Let's see if we can do it. Being totally ridiculous, making Brenizers with the GFX. Oh, it's gonna be fisheye though. Photo merge. Pano. I'm gonna start off with perspective because it looks like it's gonna be fisheye, and I want to make sure that it tries to keep everything straight. How do you feel about that? You are being watched on the AKG. You're seeing every detail. Oh yeah, see? Nice. It kept it. How cool. 6 pictures. GFX 100S. I'm in the 90 f2 for the X-T3. Have you used that lens before? I have. I own one actually. I don't use it often. Oh, is the computer freaking out? It always freaks out when I'm doing stuff. Yeah, I own the 90 f2. I only really bought it so I could get a longer lens, because I ran into a couple of ceremonies where they were like, hey bro, you have to stand in the back of the church, and I'm like, I can't get any pictures that way, and they're like, deal with it. Great. I like the 90 f2. It looks great. If you like shooting long, because I don't really like shooting long. I like to shoot wider, so because of that I don't really use the 90 too often. But if you like longer shots, the 90 f2, you'll love it. You'll love every moment of it. I hate getting kicked off rooftops. It's the most annoying thing. Yeah, it's like a parking deck, and the dude comes over and he's like, yeah, the owner doesn't want anyone up here. And I'm like, what? There's nobody, like, what? You just go by. You go buy a whole parking deck just to be like, no one can come up here. It's my private parking deck for me alone. No one else. Ever. There's no one on there right now. It doesn't matter. It's for me alone. And I was like, okay, that's fine, I guess. Boom. Let's see the dimensions. Woo! Cropped, it's 16,000 by 9,000. Not receiving enough video to maintain smooth stream. OBS says you're fine. Yeah, I don't want to pull the shadows out too much, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna do a paintbrush edit on them alone. We got kicked off a rooftop once. Turns out it was a federal agent training ground. Oh. The Canon 135 f2 is my favorite lens. If it was image stabilized, it would be the perfect EF mount. Hi from Liverpool, UK. Hello. Just found your channel and it's brilliant. Thank you so much. What's your experience in registry office? Oh, so like a courthouse wedding? Look at that, y'all. Look at that resolution. GFX 100S is just, it's insanity. I mean, if there's not a lot of space, you just shoot wide. And see, that's what, I feel like I get questions like that about stuff. And you'll see photographers who are like, oh my goodness, what am I supposed to do? And it's just the difference of the photographers who shoot tight all the time versus wide. So like us photographers who tend to shoot wide, small spaces doesn't bother us because we already shoot wide. So we already have lenses on us and we're like fine and used to shooting in a way that, you know, we have the space so we can be close to them. We're used to being close. If you're one of those like stand back photographers, you're gonna have a hard time in small places. So that's really what it comes down to. If you're like in a courthouse or a registry office or something, don't be bringing like an 85 or 100. Don't do that because you're not gonna have the space for it. Like that's when you're gonna be shooting a 35, a 24. So see, I just lifted the shadows on them alone. Then I can drop the shadows on everything else. So they stand out. They don't look like there's as much in shadow, but this is not too bright either. You can see it there, the difference. It's minimal, but it's enough. $16,000. That's a huge file. Yep. Now I'm gonna print it on a huge billboard. It's only 9 photos too, but again, it's 102 megapixels per photo. The only lenses I carry with me are 35 f2, 50 f1.8, 85 1.8. Anything wider than 35 I'll rent. 1535, and anything tighter than 85 I'll rent. I prefer primes for portrait. Yeah, I'm a big primes person too. I don't really like zooms. Is there a particular order to shoot the Brenizer method as to left to right? There's not. I tend to, hold on, that is a little too hot. I think I tend to go left and then right. You can see it here. So see, here's the safety shot. And when you're doing a Brenizer, always take a safety shot. Because sometimes Lightroom is not gonna want to put it together. And I'm not gonna waste my time trying to combine the photo. I'm just not. You know, so if Lightroom is like, bro, I can't do it, I'm gonna be like, oh well, I have this still. So I'll start, and yeah, I think I usually go left first, yeah. And when I do it, I usually count as well. So I'll be like 1, 2, and then, so I went back now to the right. So yeah, it was 1, 2, and then now on the other side, 1, 2, 3. And that's all I did for that one. When you shoot vertical like that, you don't have to take as many photos. If you're shooting horizontal, I tend to take a lot of photos. But vertically, you get enough height in the photo that you don't need to sit there and take like. But yeah, usually I go left, right, and then I go up, and then I go across to the left, and then I come down, and then I go across to the right. That's usually how I do it. It's probably not the best way, but it works. Oh, here's another one. Oh yeah, see, did you see it though? It's the same process. So here's the safety shot, and then left, 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 and then I go back and I go right, 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 and then I go up, and then I go over to the left again. And then if I was gonna do the bottom, I would go down and then over to the right. That's literally what I just said. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it right there. I usually like to see leg motion. I wish her stance was a little bit wider, but I'm okay with this. Oh, she's holding him with the wrong hand too. That's what happened. They weren't holding with the right hands. Hey John, do you ever cull full shoots on the iPad? I've come up with a great phone culling. Yeah, I do actually. Most of this stuff was actually culled on the iPad before because I was out of town, but I didn't finish. Because remember, I don't use a laptop. I only have an iPad for when I travel. That would have been crazy if you could have seen both of their faces, how her face is through there, and I could have actually used the photo. Whoa, bro. That's so much. Thank you for the super chat. Seriously, thank you for all your teachings. You have been great. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Oh, here comes another Brenizer because I'm crazy. I really did that. I mean, look at this one. Boom. I even got the trees in there. Cool. Okay, we're done. How many photos did we get? 104. Not so bad. Let me see who I missed here. John, good morning. God, you made it back safely. Thank you. I know it's, yeah, it was a trip, but I'm back and I'm feeling good. Hey John, do you ever call? Oh yeah, I saw that already. Primes are great for their lower aperture and forced creativity, but a lot of people seem to leave out the fact that prime lenses are just sharper. Yeah, less moving parts. That's what I'm saying, like, and I just, like you said, more creativity. I just like being a part of my photos. I feel like when you shoot a zoom, you're not a part of the picture taking process. You're just kind of standing back like, great, great, great. You're not like, and I don't know how else to explain that. It's almost like cooking. It's like cooking and just turning on the heat and being like, there, it's hot. Like cooking is a very, you know, like you're a part of the process in cooking. You can't just, or like if you're grilling with like charcoal, you know, you're dealing with like fire. So you can't just immediately be like, here's the temperature exactly how I want it. Finally, I can watch an actual live session. I've watched every VOD you've streamed. Oh, cool. Shot my first wedding too. Nice. Do you run into sync issues getting cold photos marked properly back in Lightroom? I don't usually. They pretty much just come back just fine. Any recommendations on marketing strategies for a newbie wedding photographer? Marketing is always the hardest part. The biggest thing I've seen that actually works as far as marketing at least is if you want to go the free route, you just have to get yourself seen. So something like Instagram is great for that. And again, since Instagram's trying to do video, posting short little reels and stuff of your work, making like slideshows and things are going to be the way to go for that. I think I can sync all of these right here. But yeah, I wouldn't pay too much money up front when you're starting. Like, definitely don't pay too much. It seems like, and I can't confirm this, but I've used the Knot in the past, and it seems like when you first get on there, they like try to make it better for you. So you'll book fairly well. Oh, the shadows are like all the way. But yeah, they'll try and make it better for you in like your first year. So you'll book a lot. But once you start getting into that second and third year, they'll start pulling back. And you won't be booking anything. You'll just be spending mad money. That was my experience at least. So I stopped doing the knot a while ago. These, just for everyone watching, these are all GFX 100S shots. If you were curious of what we're looking at. What's the most thoughtful gift a client's giving you after a wedding? I don't get gifts too often from guests. I mean, usually it's just a tip. You know, that's very thoughtful for me. I enjoy getting tips. And I've got some pretty hefty tips before. I'm talking like $500, like something crazy like that. And that's after they already paid you too, so it's really cool getting a tip. What monitor do you use? Been using my gaming monitors for editing previous project. I am on a BenQ 3420Q. It's a ultra wide monitor. I did a video about it a while ago, but I've always been a fan of BenQ. They've been my go-to for monitors for at least the last 5 years. Let me see if I can find that video for y'all real quick. Wow, it's been that long. It's crazy going back to like old work and just being like, wow. Here's the monitor that I'm using. One-off question. I am learning the process of finding good light outside. Do you ever find yourself in the situation where you do use your camera flash outside or make do with... I usually just make do with what's outside. Especially again, and y'all saw me do it earlier, because shooting raw, you have the option to go in and like, I could shadow save them if I wanted to and like bring up the light a little bit as if they were being front lit. It's not the best option. Doing it in camera is always the best, but generally it's rare that I use flash outside. Like extremely rare. But I will be honest, there are situations that I end up in where it probably would have been better to at least fill it in a little bit, but I just all natural everything. I could have swore I had edit. Isn't there a Brenizer of this too? Oh yeah, there is. Did I ever combine it? What happened? You know what? I don't think it combined. I remember I tried. Okay. Okay. How do you stay motivated and creative during the challenges faced managing a business and also shooting weddings, facing different personalities? Yeah, weddings are definitely one of those things that will drain you of your creativity, especially when it comes to, you know, just shooting for fun and stuff, because weddings are such a there's such a, like, they're the same all the time, you know what I mean? You're shooting like the same stuff. It's all the same. People always come to you and they're like, oh yeah, my special day and all this stuff, but this picture looks too much like he's trying to choke her, which is a little too much. So staying creative, honestly, the thing that has helped me is by planning out my wedding days heavier. And I feel like the more that I plan, the easier it is for me to stay creative, if that makes sense. Because basically when I have things planned out and the admin side of it taken care of, I feel like I'm able to be more creative within the day now that I have everything laid out and managed, if that makes sense. How many images do you typically deliver for an engagement shoot? It usually ranges between like 60 and 100. Do you apply a preset to all images then adjust as you go through them, or apply and edit sing? I usually apply singularly I could and probably should just apply it to all of them. I don't know why I don't. I guess I'm lazy. But I could. Like, I could just come in and apply the thing to everything and call it a day. Because I already know, like, I use one preset and that's it. I don't, there's no, like, some photographers will use different presets for different things and all that. I don't do that. But what I tend to do is I'll apply, so this photo has the preset on it. It's edited. And then I'll just sync the settings between the rest of the scene. So I like to edit by scenes. Like, this is all the same scene because I didn't move, the lighting's the same, it's there. I'll edit one, make sure it looks fine, and then go through and make sure the rest of the photos look good as well. I think one of the things I like about the GFX 100 the most is knowing that I can just crop however I want to and I'm not really losing anything. It's really kind of cool. Just being like, oh great, crop, 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 crop. What format did you shoot on? RAW or JPEG? RAW. Always RAW. Now, I'm not a huge believer of like, you have to shoot everything RAW. Especially with Fujifilm, the photos look great. But I would highly recommend shooting both JPEG and RAW. Because you may get a photo that ends up being kind of rough to edit. And if you have one of those, you'll want to have a RAW of it. BenQ. Do you ever clean your own sensors? I do not. I'm scared to do that. I need to clean my sensors though, because when I switch my lenses, I just leave the sensor like out in the open, so my sensors get dirty all the time. Do you use face detection on this camera? I do not. I rarely use it. I did use it when I was doing a photo shoot at WPPI, but generally I don't use it. But for sessions like this, I probably should use it. That's where it shines when you're dealing with like 1 or 2 people. At a wedding day, I don't know. I just don't feel safe using it. If you're given one lens, what lens would it be? If I'm given a lens? That's a hard question to answer, because I would base it more off of like monetary stuff. I mean, if I could shoot with one lens, because I shoot wider, I would use a 50 mil. I'm a 50 mil guy. This is dope. Lovely. Thank you so much. It so happens I'm editing some wedding photos as I'm watching. Awesome. Now we're doubling up on that wedding. The exposure is kind of... When will the secret sauce exposure preset? Someone just asked me. See, I'm gonna have to just release it like today now. The 2 people have said something about it. I'd always shoot weddings raw. Saves my backside on numerous. Yeah, like there's nothing wrong with shooting JPEG, but make sure you're shooting raw and JPEG. Don't ever just shoot JPEG unless you're extremely sure of yourself. But yeah, I do hate how a lot of educators make it seem like you're amateur if you shoot JPEG. That's not true at all, because what ends up happening is after years and years of shooting weddings, when photographers find a camera that gives them the look they want out of camera, the first thing they do is go, I could shoot JPEG and not have to edit. You know, you save yourself time and money. So it's not like it's not an amateur thing to shoot JPEG. It's just understanding that like you don't have as much editing room if you're JPEG only. Because yeah, I've considered it. Classic Chrome looks absolutely amazing straight out of camera. Like I would totally shoot JPEG and just deliver those photos. Like, really. Why don't you use Capture One? I don't like it. I don't know. It has too much going on. It's too much. I don't know. Also, like, I'm efficient in Lightroom, so there's no real reason for me to shoot or to use Capture One. So I'm doing some shadow save on his face there, because the way the shadows are and the fact that he's darker, it's just his face is a little too dark. So just brighten them up just a little bit. Again, this is that touchy area where if you're editing black people, you don't want to be lightening their skin. And so there's a difference between lightening someone's skin and raising the shadows. And it's very obvious. So there, I just needed to raise the shadows. Because again, if you're in shadow, obviously your skin will look darker because it's shadow and light. It's the only reason we see color. And without light, there is no color. You can go on forever about that, but just be aware of what you're doing when you're doing stuff like that. Don't be like, oh, his skin is dark, so I need to lighten his skin. You're not lightening the skin. Add a little bit to raise the shadows, and that's it. Don't be changing the skin tone at all. I'm a black and white this one. But yeah, I'm efficient in Capture One, and I shoot weddings. I edit hundreds, thousands of photos at a time. I need to be able to edit fast. So for me, yeah, everyone's Capture One's better, but I'm so much faster in Lightroom that what I gain in Lightroom negates Capture One looking a little bit better. Also, again, this is wedding photography. Like, all of that little small nitpicky stuff that people act like, oh my goodness, it has to be so perfectly this way because that's what your clients want. Your clients don't know. They don't care about the resolution of your camera. And that's why someone asked me like, oh, if you get a GFX 100, are you going to charge more? No, not really. Because it's not based on the fact that now I have a 102 megapixel camera, so you got to charge more so that they can, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Your clients don't care. They want a good looking photo. And that's all they care about. So at the end of the day, Lightroom works well for me. The photos come out of it looking good. Like, they're passable photos. They look great. And my couples are happy, so. Shot at a dirt track race yesterday. I just left the 5140 on all day. No way I was gonna expose the sensor. Yeah, see, that's weddings, you know, sometimes there's stuff going on that might be scary for my sensor, but it's not that bad. But yeah, if it's like sandy and dusty or something. Does anyone make good presets or color profiles to emulate Fuji simulations? Not that I know of. Can you tell me if the Fujifilm 90 is good for doing weddings? It is, but again, I don't believe in the what lens is good for shoot. Like, any lens is good for shooting a wedding. There's no better lens. Like, there's no such thing as a wedding specific lens. And again, I always rant about, in every stream I do, I always rant about this. I hate how, like, the old school educators made it sound like you have to have this one singular lens to be able to shoot weddings. You're taking pictures, and taking pictures is taking pictures. I don't believe that there's like a perfect lens for every situation. Now, there's lenses that give you certain attributes that are nice for certain types of shooting, but at the end of the day, you know, like, there's not a wedding lens. If you like shooting long, the 90 f2 is great. It's a great lens. It's a great lens. Not for weddings, it's a great lens in general. And then you as the photographer have to know how to use that lens in whatever type of situation you're in. And I'll stop ranting for now, because I will go on forever. But yeah, I highly do not believe in what camera is best for weddings. What lens is best? There's cameras and there's lenses, and you pick which ones you like. And if you understand light and cameras, then you'll be able to use those cameras and lenses to their best ability. I just recently got this camera coming from A7R4. I just so used to eye autofocus, I haven't focused. Yeah, and see that's what I'm scared of, is like getting used to eye autofocus so much that you just can't focus on your own anymore. So how was your experience using off-camera flash recently? Did you still like the look? I did not like it, and I kind of messed myself up, and this is just because I don't shoot it often. Here, let me show y'all. I should have taken the grid off of it. Whose wedding was it? Oh, it's this one. Okay, so I did a little bit of off-camera flash at this wedding, because the last time I was at this venue, it's in this space. This is where the reception is, and since it's like this large greenhouse, you're not getting any bounce at all. Now, I can shoot just with the on-camera flash in this situation, but it's just not the best option. It's not, you know, it's possible, it's not the best. So I had one extra flash off camera. I still had my on-camera flashes, and I had one off camera with a grid on it. So I used that. Let's get down to the reception. So yeah, like at this point I was using the on-camera flash and the grid, and you can kind of see, you can see it. You see the shadows being thrown from this, which that's why I hate off-camera flash. There's like shadows everywhere. But I was adding just a little splash of off-camera flash, nothing crazy. So you can see it popping through here. I had it off on my left, and I basically used it all night. So on-camera flash and also off-camera flash. And my on-camera flashes were acting as triggers for the off-camera. But what happened later on in the night, also my videographer, he had like lights for days. It was a little too much, honestly. I hate that when videographers bring like a huge panel and they just have it on all night, and you're like, bro, man, that like kills the vibe. But yeah, I like to try to make my off-camera flash not look heavily like off-camera flash. Because like, y'all may see this and like, oh, it's a little dark, and it's, I don't know, it's fine for me. 1000 ISO, like, it's workable, it's cool. Like, that, you know, it looks fine. It looks great. That's workable, I can do that. But what happened to me later on in the night is we did these big group photos, and I left the grid on it. I think that's the videographer's light, yeah. Yeah, here's slight off-camera flash again too. Yeah, I was just using, because again, when your ISO is in a certain place, so Reggie Ballesteros says this all the time, is low light doesn't mean bad light. So what you're looking for is where the light is. And so while this seems dark and I don't have a lot of light, I just need a splash of light on them so that the sensor can see the light. That's kind of the point. When you have enough light on a subject, then it's fine. Usually most of these cameras nowadays can handle that. But yeah, like this stuff works, it's fine. This was the videographer's light plus my off-camera flash and on-camera flash. Let me show y'all where I messed up. Yo, this dude, they had a saxophone player there who put like lights on his saxophone. I think I shot this without flash because I was trying to get the lights. Where are these group shots? Man, yo, sometimes y'all, I hate weddings. So the couple kept asking me to take these group shots, right? And then like the maitre d' or whoever the person is who like kind of runs the reception and stuff, he comes to me, Thomas, I'm trying to serve to people, so we need to take. I'm like, bro, I didn't plan these photos. Why are you talking to me? Go talk to the couple. I'm trying to eat too. You know, like what I was so mad, yo. I'm like, why are you coming to me getting an attitude? They're asking me for photos. I'm just taking them because they want them. So they kept being like, oh, can we do this group shot? Oh, can we do this group shot too? Oh, can we do this other group shot? And I was like, yeah, you know, I'm the photographer. That's my job. I'm like, yeah, that's great. Yeah, let's take this one. Oh, yeah, great. Lights only kill the photo vibe. Exactly. Too much light kills the vibe of the room. It's a reception. There's like little lights and stuff all the time. And then you just want to off camera flash everything and brighten up everything. It's like, what? We may as well just turn the lights on then. But yeah, see, so I had the grid on my flash. So you can see it. It's like a spotlight. So the people in the middle are lit, but the people on the ends are not. And that was my fault. And see, that's because I don't shoot off camera flash enough to think about that and be like, oh, I should have taken the grid off. I should have took the grid off. Like that was my fault. I messed up. And I mean, this should still be able to be used. It should be fine, but I should have taken the flash off. Oh my goodness. Do they have spray tan on, or is the white balance just jank? I should have put a gel on it too. This is gonna be a nightmare to edit. Ah! Okay, anyway, let me go back and finish this other thing. Where were we? Blasting light in their faces definitely will kill the fight. Bro, I know what it's like. Groom mad at me that his mom wanted to do an extended family. Yeah, it's like your mom is asking me. I'm trying to be nice to everybody. Like, graduated filter. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. So, you know, and again, in my next full wedding day video too, like, I admit some of the places where, like, you know, I could have done better. Because what I want people to see, especially newer wedding photographers, that you're never going to have a perfect wedding day. You know, there's always going to be something that you mess up, or you could have made a better choice, or the lighting could have been better, or you didn't have enough time for it. It's going to happen every wedding day. As a wedding photographer, your job is to be so efficient and so in control of the wedding day that the issues and problems and missed shots are minimal. And they're so minimal that your couple's fine with it because it's not anything that ruins the day. That's your job, is how can I accomplish this wedding day smoothly enough that I mitigate any of the, like, oh, I could have shot this better, or oh, I missed the shot. You know, those need to be at as low as possible. And the better you get as a wedding photographer, the lower those are. But you will always miss something. Something will always go wrong. You will always make a weird choice. It will always happen. You won't ever have a perfect wedding day. I don't need too many of these shots. Editing and culling, that is the next 5-hour stream. Oh man, those 5-hour streams be hurting me. How many finished images do you usually end up with after wedding? It depends. I quote my couples an average of 650. It ranges between 650 and like 1,000-ish, depending on how long the day was. Appreciate your honesty. Yeah, it really, because I don't know, people get so scared of weddings because, oh, I'm gonna mess up something and I'm gonna miss it, and yeah, you are. We all do. You know, like, I'm 7 years deep and I still do things where I'm like, I could have done that better. But again, you get to a point where when you say I could have done that better is not destroying the whole photo. Like, you shouldn't be like, oh goodness, I straight destroyed the photo and it's not savable. That's a problem. You know, those shouldn't happen. It should just be like small technical things like, oh, this shot was a little soft, but it's usable. Preach. Never a perfect day. Always end up sitting down at home, backing up, going, oh crap. They're like, yeah, exactly. Or there's just always, you know, like, I'll have like a couple book me and they're like gorgeous, like most beautiful people I've ever seen, and it like rains and the day sucks, and you know, like, I don't get to do all the shots that I had planned and wanted to do. You know, like, it happens. It's just a part of wedding photography. Are these the same shots? Oh yeah, they are. Let me get rid of this one. Really, wedding photography is, can you pull off the shots enough? You know, like, can you capture this day enough? Do you carry 2 cameras? I do. Because I shoot prime only, no zooms, I usually have 2 cameras on me all day. I have a question. Is the X100F worth it for a second camera for a wedding? It probably is, especially if you just want a camera to like have as like it shoots what, it's like a 23, which is like a 35 mil. You know, like, I think it's a good little camera. Have you ever used a loop deck? I have not. I had a tour box. I was using that for a while, and I thought it was pretty cool. It was hard for me because I am so dialed in my process now that adding something like that to my workflow almost slows me down. Like, it slows me down at first, and I have to take the time to get used to it. Is that in the song? I hate when I hear weird things and I'm like, is that the song? Not sure if it helps any, but more and more of my friends are doing wedding anniversary shoots. I don't know if that's an offering, but could be another nice stream. Yeah, I just did a video which I need to see if it's been approved by the sponsor, but I just did a video about hybrid shooting. So like an anniversary shoot, anniversary portrait shoot with a video, so you hybrid shoot it, would be a great offer to couples. And also another great way to get some additional income. Boom, crop however you want to, GFX 100S. Crop it, crop it, crop it. Hey John, what are you doing today? I'm cropping photos, cause I can. GFX 100S. Crop it however you want. I'm gonna go pitch that song to Fujifilm. See if they'll use it in a commercial. Why do you shoot with prime lenses only? So the main reason for me is I feel like it makes you more a part of the photos you're taking, because you have to zoom with your feet to get the shot. Also, they tend to be cheaper. They let in more light, so the f-stop is way lower, and they tend to be sharper than zoom lenses. So all those together, and you know, like being a part of your photo rather than just standing back and letting it happen, I think are kind of important for me, at least. Yeah, and you know what? That's what it is. I never thought about it until I said it just now. I like to be actively taking photos, not standing back and letting it happen. I feel like people who shoot zooms mainly, and this is no offense to anybody, but they tend to stand back and let it happen. You know, like, I want to get all up in my couple's face. I want to basically be the third wheel in their relationship. You know what I mean? These are edited, right? Yeah, so I can just... Are you still playing your Switch? I am. There's never a question of that. Look, it's always somewhere close to me. You know, like, I always have it so near and dear to my life. Excited for any games coming out in 2022? Well, I mean, Breath of the Wild 2. Like, there's no way you can't. I'm actually replaying Breath of the Wild right now because that game is just so good. I was like playing it, I'm like, how did they make this game so good? I love that game so much. Obviously it's not 2022, but that new Metroid, the new Metroid game, I'm super hype about. I love Metroidvanias, and they haven't made a legit Metroid in a hot minute, especially a 2D one. So I'm pretty hype about that. Other than that, the Switch, honestly, like, to be real, has been letting me down. It's a JRPG like gold mine, which JRPGs are probably my favorite genre of games. But aside from that, I feel like the Switch has nothing going on, and it's kind of sad sometimes. But that's the Steam Deck though, that I'm hype about. Especially because knowing the catalog of games I have in Steam and the fact that they could be portable, if that thing is as good as they're like saying it's going to be, that thing is gonna be game changing. Like, really. And it will make the Switch look ridiculous. Like, the Switch will only be good then for first party Nintendo games. And that would be it. Because that's really all it has going. Like, they revolutionized the fact that you can take a portable. So I'm not going to take that away from them. But after that, that's about it. You know, like, half the time third-party games be, like, lagging and frame dropping and stuff. And, you know, I love indie games more than anything. So I don't mind, you know, like, not the top-level graphics. I don't care about that. But on the same end, my game shouldn't be dropping frames. Like, that just shouldn't be happening. Waiting on those dope capture. Yeah. I gotta sit down and work with the Capture One preset. I really want to get it out. I gotta get it out this year. I need to take a day or so. It's just hard because I have so many other things I have to do as well. And I have a family, you know, and we got baby number 4 coming, like, soon. So it's just rough. How do you decide to edit a photo in black and white? For me, it's like the feeling of the photo. And it tends to be close-up shots tend to always be black and white. But it's also just sometimes photos feel like a black and white. And then it also depends on how many colors I have. Like, if I have a lot of colors in the same spot, I'll probably black and white one. But it's really a feeling thing. Also the lighting. If there's like really good contrasty light or something, you know, I'm for it. Breath of the Wild, best game ever. It really, like, it's dumb how good it is. This time too, me playing it, I'm just taking my time more. So like, this shot is more intimate, so I'm gonna black and white it. And I already had a bunch of color ones in the same scene, so it kind of works. Hey John, what do you usually talk to the couple about on an engagement shoot or anything like that? Can be mad out. Yeah, it really, engagement shoots are probably one of the hardest when it comes to being personable or social. Like, if you're an introvert, engagement sessions are scary. Weddings aren't so bad, but engagement sessions they can be scary. Usually I try to ask them about their relationship and stuff. Sometimes I'll ask them where they're from. And usually, because I was born and raised in North Carolina, usually we end up finding some kind of topic that we can land on. And that usually works. And again, so for the male photographers, one winning place of doing this in sessions is a lot of times, stereotypically, the groom doesn't like taking photos, right? They just don't want to be there. They don't want to take photos. Stereotypically. Not all guys are like that. But if you can get cool with the groom during the engagement session, you are set, you know? And that's what, you know, ask them about their relationship and stuff, which you'll usually get answers from her, and then bring up anything else. So like, when I get grooms who are like into computer building or video games or something, or anime, because that's kind of my jam, we're usually like bros by the end of the session, you know? Or like, if you're into sports, you know, like most guys tend to be into sports, so that's an easy in. So yeah, that's the main thing. I just try to basically, you know, at the engagement session, we had already talked once at the meeting, but now it's me just trying to buddy up to them, kind of feeling them out, so that they know me, that they know I'm cool, you know, that they like me as a person and that they're okay with hanging out. Because again, on the wedding day, the person who is in the couple's face the most is the photographer. We're in their face all day until the reception. So if they don't like you for some reason, there's gonna be a problem. Like, they need to be cool with you. Hey John, how do you feel about staff photographer jobs? So I talked about that in my last stream, and basically I don't mind them, like associate photographer jobs, but you need to find companies who actually care about you as a person and will not just treat you like another person clicking the shutter for them. I think I should be able to sync this over, right? Like, my mentor, I also associated for him, and you know, not only was I doing weddings for him, but he was letting me use the photos on my own site, and he was also teaching me how to shoot and how to talk to my couples and how to book weddings and how to write timelines for my couples so that the days would be smooth. And you know, he taught me that. Whereas I shot for another couple, or excuse me, another company in Philly like once, and it was just like, show up, shoot the wedding, you don't know who the couple is, you don't know what's happening, you're just a guy with a camera. It's the worst. I couldn't stand it. So I think it's cool, but make sure you're working for the right people. Not just a company who wants a photographer to show up and take photos, and then they pay you barely anything. Wait, I already edited this, didn't I? Yeah, let's just go to talk about the groom not participating as woman. It's hard, yeah. It's really annoying when the grooms are like, I can't stand. It's like, bro, man, you're getting married. Photos are apart. Just chill out, my dude. Let's take photos. Do you use Sigma lenses? I don't anymore because they don't make any for Fuji. However, when I was not on Fujifilm, I loved Sigma lenses. They were the main lenses I used. Like when I was using my Canon, Sigma lenses all day. The art lenses, ugh, so good. Do you ever do last minute jobs? Sometimes, but not really. And again, that's very situational. Like if I was single and I didn't have kids, I would pick up whatever came to me. But at this point in my life, now that YouTube is a big component of my income and what I'm doing, and I have basically 4 kids at this point, I try not to do last minute stuff. I think that's everything, isn't it? Oh, we didn't edit this one. There, boom, 104 photos done. That was like what, 30 minutes, an hour? Cool. Okay, those sessions need to be delivered like now. Mentorship applications coming soon? Maybe. I do have mentor sessions, but I would love to do some more like mentorship. Hold on. I need to rent a lens. What are we doing? Why can't I type in here? What's going on? What's wrong with this website? All right, what am I renting, y'all? What? I thought I signed in already. What is this thing is hating? So if y'all didn't know, I like to rent my lenses from Borrow Lenses. I'm not sponsored, but hopefully one day I will be. I'm gonna rent the Fuji 16 to 55, I think it is. Right? What wide lens, what zooms do they have? I think that's it. I don't even know all the Fuji lenses. If you have to do a small wedding with only one lens, it would be the 35 f2, which is a 50 mil. You want something not too close, but not too wide. Pretty versatile. 50 mil is pretty versatile. Have you ever tried adapting Sigma glass to Fuji using the Fringer? I have not. I do have an adapter, and I do have a Sigma lens, but I don't have an auto focus adapter. Do you have an assistant on your jobs? Sometimes I have a second photographer, but usually I don't. A lot of times I just do it by myself. Oh, you rent too? I thought that was only the one thing. Oh no, yeah. It depends on the situation. So I have a wedding. My mentor actually has a wedding coming up, and he was supposed to be doing video for it, and he wasn't able to do the video for it. But it's in North Carolina, so I'm gonna do it for him. This will be my first time doing wedding videography, so I'm a little worried. But I think I have all the gear that I need. The last piece that I'm trying to get is this. I need a zoom lens. Because again, so for video, using a zoom only makes sense. You can't be swapping your lens every 5 seconds at a wedding when you're doing video. You know, like, photo is different. Video is, that's just not. Because you have like this whole setup. It's too much. Don't know if you will answer, but here goes. What would you tell to someone who wants to switch careers to photography? I'm making good money as a nurse, but I found a profound passion in photo. That's a hard one because there's not like a single answer for it. I do believe in doing what you want to do. And I have no qualms with like following your dreams. Like, I quit my job to go full-time photography in a different market than where I started, and I didn't know if I was even going to do well. So like, if you want to talk about risk takers, I'm like the number one. I'll do it quick. I do think you should follow what you love. What you might want to do is just stay a nurse and start building up your portfolio and start building up your work. You won't be able to do as much work as you would like to do, but at least you will be able to do the work and build your business that way. And then once it starts getting too hard to keep everything, then quit being a nurse and follow it. Just realize, again, photography, in the photography world, it's not an easy job, and payment is not really guaranteed. You do have to work for it. So that's the biggest thing. It's not an easy, you know, it's really not. But that's all I really would have to say. What is your thoughts about the 18 to 55 as I'm looking at it? Oh, this is 16. Which one? Yeah, I forgot about the 18. Which one's better? See, now I'm confused. Can I open this in a new window? Wow. Oh, I think this is the one that I used. Wait. 20 bucks? Oh, this one's cheaper. It has stabilization in it though. Oh, it's a 2.8 to f. Okay, that's why. Use the 50. I have it. I use it. I love it. It's great. I replaced my 50. I don't use the 56 anymore, so I agree. It's not easy to get paid your worth. It's hard to get paid your worth. And it takes a while before you get to a place where you can start charging like real money. I'm trying to follow your advice with the lenses that you used, but I don't have the 56. But I have the 90 and all the others. Hey, that's great. Yeah, the 90 is great. Yeah, again, there's no perfect setup for your lenses. You can do whatever you want to. I like to shoot wider, which is why I tend to use the 56, but I own the 90 and I've used it before. It's a great lens. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be renting this one. Yeah, I don't want that to F4. It's small though, that's nice. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I don't need it for 7 days. 3 is honestly, oh, we'll do 5 to be safe. Or can you do 4? Nice. There's also the 16 to 80 f4, but I hear the 16 to 55. Yeah, I think the 16 to 55 is probably the one. I need it next Friday. Right? When is this wedding? Wow, y'all, it's almost September already? Yeah. Okay. So my wedding's on the 5th, and I'm gonna be traveling on the 4th. So I'm gonna get it on the 3rd, and I'm gonna return it on the 6th. Or the 7th, that's fine. The 6th is 3 days. I could do that. I'll be driving back that day though. Yeah. This is what I'll do. 50 bucks. Oh, there's the Christmas movie. y'all were like, where's the Christmas music? There it goes. 18 to 55 is my baby kit lens. When you come into London, sometime, hopefully. I've never been out of the States. It'd be cool to go overseas. Yeah, 16 to 55 should be fine. And I'll just use that the whole day. And I'm gonna use it on the XT4. The only thing borrow lenses, bro, the shipping price is always crazy. Da 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 da. That looks fine. We got honey up in this joint. Let's see if it finds us a discount. Nope, no discounts. Oh well. How far do you go on the editing when it comes to wedding photography? Not very far. If you saw anything I was editing here, like this technically was a wedding. It was just an elopement. They just wanted photos. They did their wedding in the courthouse. My editing is very simple for weddings. Because again, you're editing like thousands of photos. There's no point in sitting there like going into a photo and zooming in and cleaning up the skin. It's too much. Like, you're gonna waste your time. That's the photographers like, oh, it took me 4 full weeks to edit the wedding at one time. It's just too much. I'm shooting my first wedding for a friend in a few months. Would you recommend the XT3 or 4? I use the XT4 or the XT3 on most of my weddings. They're both good. I don't like the XT4 because of the flip screen, but that's a personal thing. They're both great cameras. Again, I don't believe there's something that's better than the other as far as for weddings. There's no perfect camera for weddings. Whatever works for you. I use XT3 still for weddings. I mean, the photo quality is the same, so there's really nothing else there. It's just like IBIS is nice. The shutter's faster. The shutter's quieter on the XT4. I'm editing my first wedding ever wedding shoot now. I'm so nervous, but I'm happy with the results. Thanks for binge watching. Awesome. Please come to London. Everyone, come to London. Would you be willing in a future video to critique other new photographers' websites portfolio? Yeah, I've done that before. I do live streams, which I haven't now for 2 months. But I usually schedule a live stream where I either take your photos and edit them, or I take your photos and I critique them. And I did a website critique once too. Do you ever use prisms or anything like that? I don't. I would like to. I can't carry all that. It's too much to carry. If it wasn't like extra stuff I had to carry, I'd be in there for it, but it's always just too much. I can't do it. Okay, now I'm gonna switch to photo mechanic to call this other wedding. Because I've barely called it at all, so it makes sense to just go to photo mechanic. Let me finish this before I forget. Okay. Here's my lens. Oh, let's load this up. Who is it? Mary and Eric. Rental cost. Oh, did I get a discount? Billing address. Is that correct? Oh, cool. Place order. Cool. 18 to 55. Great. I'm ready for video. Okay, so I'm gonna be shooting the video. I have the XT4 because it has IBIS. I'm gonna do the 18 to 55, or the 16 to 55. I have a Weeble S, so that should be good. And then I also have a small rig for my XT4, so maybe I'll handhold. I don't know. We'll see. If I move to Fuji, which camera would you recommend? I mean, the 4 is the newest one. You'll probably be happy with it. My only gripe with the XT4 is the flip screen. I don't like it. But if you like flip screens, XT4 all day. Do you shoot CL or CH? Usually CL all day, and then I switch to CH for certain times of the day. Do you give your clients digital files or prints? Both. So I do digital files, and then I let them order prints if they need or want them. Thank you very much for your advices. I'll shoot my first wedding soon. Awesome. What bag should you carry on a wedding day? Where do you store it? So I actually only carry one bag, and that bag stays on me physically, so I don't have to store it. Now, if I do carry more bags, which happens sometimes, I'll store it by the DJ. That's one of the safer spots for not having your stuff get stolen. But on the same end, like, your stuff getting stolen is just, it's something that can happen. That's what it is. Y'all, this dress shot. So this this dress shot. This there was a plant hanging here, so I moved it. And then there was this thing, which it was literal like cement stone, but it was sitting here. And so I moved it so that the dress could hang straight without laying along the plants. That thing had to be like 80, 90 pounds. I had to squat it just to move it. That thing was heavy. This is another example of low light doesn't mean bad light. So again, it's like, it's really dark in this room, and I turned off all the lights and stuff, but you see, since I have him right here by the window, I have this really nice side lighting going on. Love your bag, where it's from. Yeah, it's hold fast gear. Could you tell me what straps you use? Yep, hold fast. Christopher in here modding the whole live stream basically. Also, check this out. So this is another one of those wedding things, right? So when he came to help him out, you see how he's blocking all the light on the groom, and I don't want that. I can edit this, but again, you should try to get the best lighting situation you can. So I had him scoot back. So like, these are the shots that I'll use now, because there's light here, and yeah, he's in shade, but he's not really the point. But I'm gonna be able to edit it anyway, so you'll be able to see him. How do you do your prints? So I use PicTime, and inside of PicTime, my couples are able to choose any photos that they want to use, and then they can order prints that way. The prints come from Bay Photo, and there's not much I have to do on my end. Just have it all uploaded there, and then they'll pick their shots and order what they want. It's actually a great process. PicTime is absolutely amazing for that as well. So you all see me over here. This is speed culling. This is how I usually cull. When I cull, I use the yes method, so it's less about what photos I want to remove and more about what photos I want to pick. My theory on this is it's easier to say yes to something than it is to say no. And because of that, you're able to cull faster. And a lot of times I do end up over culling, but you can cull down when you start editing. What lens did you use for these groom shots? I think that was the 23 f2 probably. Yeah, 23 f2 and then the 35 for all the close-ups. Hey John, I'm also a wedding photographer in Sri Lanka. Can you give me some advice after seeing my photos? I usually don't do photo critiques unless you sign up for a mentor session or whenever I do my live streams. And your English is not bad at all. It sounds great. Thank you for joining in on the stream too. But yeah, everyone, if you follow my Instagram, you just keep up on the stories. I usually announce there when I do photo critiques, and I'll have people send me like 3 photos and critique them on a live stream. What is the subscription fee for PicTime? It starts at free. Like, it's free 99 to start. And then I think it's like 20 bucks a month. I can't remember. But yeah, so this macro shot, I used an extension cable, or wow, an extension tube and the 50 f1. And I stopped it down to like f4, I believe. Actually not, you can see it here. Oh, you can't see it there. There you go. Aperture is 6.4. Hey John, do you recommend WPPI for a new wedding photographer? I have a lot of feelings. I have a lot of feelings about a lot of those conferences. Like I have a lot of feelings about those conferences. So I don't think workshops and conferences are bad, but you have to go into them with the right mindset and looking for the right thing. I feel like I just see so many photographers who go to them and all they want to do is take photos and build their portfolio, but that's not how you build your portfolio. It's not. You know, when you go to a session and there's like 10 to 15 other photographers and y'all are all taking pictures of the same thing, you're not portfolio building. You know what I mean? You're just taking photos. And even on top of that, you're not even really getting to experience taking a photo because whoever's teaching the class is setting up the shots and you're just kind of standing there taking photos. And that's not photography. That's especially not wedding photography. So in my opinion, there's a lot to learn at workshops and conferences, but one of the main things you're going to get out of workshops and conferences is meeting other photographers and expanding your network and learning that way. And that's the most important thing. That's why I go to them, is getting some FaceTime with other photographers and maybe hearing a little bit of how they approach stuff. That stuff's the most important. But don't go there being like, I'm going to build my portfolio. Don't do it. Just don't. You're not going to build your portfolio that way. You might get one good pic. It's not worth it. But I do think it's great. So really, like, just, I think attending things like Photo Plus, WPPI is great. Just make sure you're going with the right mindset and looking for the right thing. It's not for photos. It's for learning techniques. It's for learning ideas about how to run your business, and it's for meeting other photographers. Those are like the main things. You can build your portfolio other ways. So that's, I had to get the full screen for that. What lens are you using on my webcam? That's the 35 f2. Bro, after finding your profile and watching your videos, I'm literally changing my whole photography business method. Most of the things you're doing is how I'm running. Nice. Awesome. Love it. Thanks for the perspective. No problem. Hey. What was your first steps as a wedding photographer? Did you start as an assistant photographer or jump straight in? I jumped straight in solo. I don't recommend it for anybody. I jumped straight in, but it worked out all right for me. I showed it a couple times. I showed it again for y'all. I end up doing this probably about every stream or every other stream. So when I started taking very low level weddings of couples who didn't want a lot. And I highly recommend that for anyone. And now is the time to do that, because a lot of couples from 2020, 2021, they lost their deposits and things like that. So now they're all having like small weddings, backyard weddings, just little small weddings. Those are easy. They're easy weddings. They don't take a lot of effort, and the stakes aren't as high as like a full wedding. So if you're new, I would highly recommend you picking up some of these small, cheap weddings. $500, $800, something like that. A wedding that just doesn't have too much going on. So that's what I did. I used a service called Thumbtack to find my couples. Generally, the couples on there are a little bit cheaper. They're not looking for much. However, there are great couples on there, so it was easy for me to book them. So this right here, this was my first wedding. And it was pretty straightforward. I really only did the ceremony and a little bit of the reception. It was at Central Park. And I shot it with a 6D. And so I did that myself. And I did a bunch of little weddings like that. So my first handful of weddings were all small weddings that didn't need too much hand holding. And I kind of just took the pictures. And you can see here, like, I actually was halfway okay. My shots tend to be a little too tight. And this is like a pointless shot, I guess. I mean, it's kind of cool how you can see the couple right there blurred out, but I don't know, it's not really. You know, I got the first kiss, I got them walking away. It was like all the important stuff I was able to nail. This is a cool little fun shot, except for the freaking Dutch tilt. Ugh. But yeah, that was my first wedding. And then from there, I kept doing the thumbtack thing. And what I would generally do is I would end up finding couples and just getting their engagement, right? So I got this couple here, and the bride kept like grilling me about weddings. So they eventually booked me. This was before I had even really shot weddings at all. So I was worried, but their wedding was like a year out. So then I just kept shooting weddings. So this was a friend of my wife's. I did this one for free. It was also a small little whatever. Nicholas, thank you so much for that super chat. John, thank you so much for your videos. Did my first wedding solo Saturday and it was amazing. Yes. Let's go. But yeah, I kept taking couples, kept doing engagements, and then I would get more weddings. This was an elopement. This was an engagement session, but they dressed up like it was a wedding, so I said it was a wedding. And yeah, and then eventually I got to that couple who I did their wedding. And then yeah, it went from there and it went pretty well. Yeah. I just kind of jumped in. I didn't start being an assistant or a second shooter until I was like 2 years into doing weddings, which was needed. You need to second with someone at some point, because you'll learn a lot of things that you didn't think about if you work with someone who's more tenured. Wow, it's crazy seeing my old work. I haven't looked at a lot of these in a while. This shot was trespassing. I didn't know it though, but I got this banger which I wanted. I used to do these best of posts. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, best of 2015. I have a 6D with a 51.4, but I need something faster. What do you recommend as an upgrade? I don't know. I moved from my 6D over to Fujifilm. That's where I ended up going. I agree with the wedding tip. Low level weddings. My first session was, yeah, always low level weddings. If you're starting, you're doing it by yourself. I go and do work stuff for over an hour and you still here. Yep, still here, still doing stuff. Key to wedding photography, awesome hair and sick names. Reggie, how was WPPI? It was pretty cool. Pretty cool. Got to meet a bunch of people face to face, but it's WPPI. It's whatever. I'm sorry for the FOMO though. This was my best of 2015. This was a good old Brenizer. I cropped it in pretty hard though. This couple was hard to work with. They were like, sometimes couples like, they're like, oh, we're not good in front of a camera. You're like, great, I'll make it great for you. But then they still are like weird. So the whole time you're trying to make it nice, but they're like weird because they're too concerned about looking perfect. And you're like, bro, that's not gonna help you. Let's calm down and have a good time. And then they don't. And then, you know, it's a great shot, but you can tell she's like, her hands are all weird. It's just, everything's just weird. Enjoying the stream. What is your opinion on photographers using logos as watermarks? I don't like it. You saw it on my old stuff, right? This is when I finally stopped doing it in 2015. But I used to do it at first. I used to love this picture so much. I don't know why. This was another one of my banger shots here too. Here goes another Brenizer. This was a fun shot. Oh, what's funny is this I did her engagement, and then now she lives in a North Carolina area, and she's the model. I might hit her up again and be like, hey, do you remember me? I did your engagement photos. Love from the DMV. Hello, hello. Do you have a list of must-have shots? I do not. I hate shot lists. I like to be creative and just work how I work. So what happens is you won't have a shot list. There will just be types of photos that you tend to always take. And it's funny, the second photographer that I work with the most, she like knows me so well that if I'm in a location that she knows and like I'm new to it, she will literally be like, hey John, this will be a great shot for, or a great area for you to do X shot because you always do it. And I'm always like, oh thanks, you know my shots. This is when I switched to Fuji at this point. Do you dream about your weddings and seeing your sleep? I don't actually. This was a cool wedding. But yeah, this at this point I had switched over to Fuji. Also at this point I had been mentoring with my mentor, so this was one of his weddings. Again, he let me use it on my website. But you can see the changes in the way I shoot just a bit at this point, after being like mentored by him and stuff. There's a first look with the bridesmaids. We did her getting ready stuff outside because there was nowhere else to do it. But yeah, like this shot, I always take this shot. Always. Here, let's see. So this is, I'm putting my earrings on smile shot. So let's go ahead, let's find that real quick. Let's see. Do I have any weddings? Here we go, here's a wedding. Where is it? There it is. I'm putting on my earrings, rings, and that's what I'm saying. Like, instead of having a shot list, just figure out the shots you like to take, and you will always take them because it's just what you like to do. Let's see if we can find it again. Oh, I think I even did it for this backyard wedding. So this was an at-home backyard wedding, but again, you shoot things the way you shoot. You'll never change. So here it is again. I'm putting on my earring smile shot. I do it every wedding. Here it goes. I'm putting on my earring smiling shot always. So yeah, less of a shot list and more of a like, these are the pictures I like to take. Beach weddings are rough, y'all. The sunlight is always the worst. Using your natural fills preset, love it, thank you. Do you always stop down when shooting group photos? I usually don't, honestly. I'd be forgetting to. I try to though. Generally I'll stop down to maybe 3.2, but you know, you don't have to stop down too much. This wedding was gorgeous. Such a good time. But yeah, my bride solos are usually always the same. There's usually a classic, maybe looking away or at the camera. There's always a point your bouquet at me, look down with a smile. So I usually always cut it off like this, where you can only see her smile. That's what I'm saying. Like, once you've been doing it for a while, you'll start getting the shots you like to take, and you'll just get used to doing them. And that's why people are like, oh, well, how do you stay creative when you're doing weddings? You tend to do the same stuff. The creativity comes, to me at least, in like the venue and things like that. Let's find it here. Here it goes. So take a shot, take a shot. Here's a couple shots from the side. Here's your bouquet, show it to me. There's the bouquet shot. Look down at your bouquet, give it a smile. There's the bouquet look down shot. I always do it. It's like a process. So same thing. Here's the bouquet shot. Here's the bouquet look down at it. Here's a shot. I'll do the groom. Adjust your tie. Adjust your watch. Because, you know, like, so these two shots here, this is what I would say about creativity. Like, you know, when you find a spot that works and it's a little different, I love this little line that comes through, then you got to use it. And that's where your creativity comes from. But other than that, especially for weddings, you need to find a process. Your process needs to be on point. And then within that process, you can kind of like make deviations and stuff. Like this back to back, I don't do that very often, but it worked. They were a cool couple and it worked out. Don't forget to take little candid shots. This is when they were leaving. They were going back to the cocktail hour, but it was just kind of cool. Got some good old light dragging. I have 3 weddings this month. I tried to copy some of your shots, but neither of the past 2 weddings had natural light. I don't understand by it not having natural light. No natural light for preparation shots? I mean, there were literally no windows? Like, at all? Not even kind of? There's usually a little bit of windows. This was a cool wedding too. Hi John, when not doing paid work, do you find your family photos looking the same, if not better? Do you ever hear the wife or fam saying, hey, that's too Dude, where's the magenta? John, where's the magenta? When I'm shooting stuff for my own family, I usually just shoot with the XC30 and JPEG. I ain't trying to edit nothing else. Half the time, I'm barely trying to hold a camera. So, you know, if it's not paid work, it's just very, just like, here it is. Classic chrome, straight out the camera. Yeah, if you have a wedding where there's no natural light, you gotta find it, really. Not where they got dressed at. They're in conference rooms. I guess, yeah. So that's what, I usually always move my couples. I always move my couples. I don't know if I have it up here anymore. Let me see if I can find one where I moved the couple. Because I know rooms like that. It's mad annoying when they're like, here's the dungeon where the groom will be getting ready. And you're like, why are they getting ready in a dungeon? Because that's where they do it. There's no light in here. I don't think I have any on here. Yeah, I don't really have any on here. Noob here, where does your shutter speed usually sit? So things like settings and shutter speeds and stuff, there's not a usual spot for them. It's always changing. The main thing is understanding how the shutter speed works. And the main thing in that is you don't want to go too far under like 1/160, because if you go super far under that, like, you're gonna get motion blur. But yeah, I usually stick it around like 200 or so. Yeah, all of these pictures, it was at 200. Here it's 320. I mean, again, it changes depending on the lighting, so there's no one singular place, really. Here is the 50 f1, stop down to 2.8. Can I zoom in? Okay, I'm not gonna bother. But I mean, that's pretty sharp at 2.8. This is couple notes to each other and gifts. How to capture motion with this camera. Well, any camera is based on the shutter speed, and as long as the shutter speed is faster than like 1/200, you're going to capture motion. So it's less about the camera, which is why, again, I hate the question where it's like, what camera should I use? Any camera is fine. You just need to know how to use it. The camera is not what's making the good shots. It's you, the photographer, understanding how to use it. So she gave him a watch, so I took pictures of that. Now on to details. Now here she is getting ready. This light, there wasn't a lot of light. This is kind of rough. It was dark. We'll see how it comes out in the edits, because it definitely is not. And so you see here I made some adjustments. So look at this. If we're talking settings, so it's dark. I barely have light. I have like just enough light. This one's better actually. I'm shooting at, let's see, ISO 640. My shutter's 1/250. Because again, I want things to be stopped. So it's feeling pretty dark to me, so I raised my ISO to 800. But that's, again, that's why there's like not a singular, there's not a singular setting. But yeah, this was not ideal at all. I hate that it's jumping between cameras like that. Man, annoying. Dude, I've got 11 weddings backed up to edit, and I'm sitting here watching you edit. I watched a video of yours recommending Squarespace for setting up websites. Can I also get my domain name from Squarespace? You can. If not, do you recommend any? Yeah, you can get everything you need right from Squarespace. I would totally recommend your channel. Thank you. How many images do you usually deliver for a wedding? It ranges between an average of 650 to 1,000, somewhere in that range. They were over here taking shots, so I just took a quick picture. So see, a shot like this, I probably would black and white it. It's just super intimate, super close up. Export settings for Lightroom. It depends on what I'm doing, but generally it's I don't know. I'd have to show you. I can't think of it offhand. I hate some of these venues. They got the ugliest spaces for their bride and groom to get ready. It's just like ugly. I'm gonna start telling couples to be like, I'm gonna be like, y'all get ready in your hotel room, or even this whole hotel. Like, the area where you do your ceremony or your reception is probably the best looking place in the whole hotel. The rest of it is mad ugly. I'm gonna be like, yo, go book a room in a different hotel that looks nice. And then don't even bother with this. Like, really, just don't bother with the hotel. Like, I want good looking places. Do you ever pose your couples? Yes. That's I mean, that's mainly what I do. Actually, I was when I was at WPPI, Miles Whitboyer, he did a class, and I just followed him around because we know each other from being Fuji ambassadors and stuff. And he was talking about how, like, people are always concerned about capturing moments and stuff, but really, if you think about wedding days and things, like, technically wedding days are fake. You know, like, we could just say, hey, we're married, and that's the end of it. You don't have to do all this, like, pomp and circumstance and stuff that's made for wedding. You don't have to. So really, we're supposed to be like guiding our couples to get the shots they want, because at the end of the day, it's all, do you know what I mean? People are like, oh, you're posing so much, people can't even enjoy their day. But that's what the day is. Like, you're getting dressed up and all this stuff for show. You know what I mean? So it makes sense to have your photographer pose you. So I think what's more beneficial is having it feel real, at least, rather than it feeling fake. Because taking photos anyway, technically, is kind of fake. You know, let's just be real. Yeah, these are gonna be a little rough to edit, but it should be fine. Actually, I may outsource this because I have too much going on. And so again, you can't always control everything in a wedding day. Like, you see all this stuff back here. If it were up to me, this wouldn't be back here, but it is what it is. I just passed my 7th wedding, and I find huge inspiration in your stuff. Your natural feels has become my go-to for wedding edits. Awesome. Do you ever use Photoshop for more editing, or just Lightroom? Generally, I usually only use Lightroom. I will use Photoshop if I need to, like, content aware fill or something and remove something from a photo. What's the least expensive wedding you've done in the last 2 years? In the last 2 years? I've been raising my prices over the last couple years, so it's probably around like the 600 to 1,000 mark. But those are like elopements. That's what I'm saying. Ugly hotels, and they throw you in the dungeons with yellow fluorescent light. Yeah, it's the worst. Yeah, if there's no windows, unfortunately, you just have to kind of make it work. But if there's even a little bit of window, you should be able to do what I'm doing here. Like, this was one window that wasn't bright whatsoever. John Branch Hotel and Suites for all your wedding. Yo, yeah, I'm about to do it. About to open my own, open my own hotel that has all the photo ops in it. That's actually like this hotel that I recently, a couple said they were getting ready there. That whole hotel looks like it was made for photo ops. I can't remember the name of it offhand, but it's beautiful. It's in the area. It's new too. I'm so excited about shooting there. Can't wait for that BTS. Yeah, we're gonna do it on Friday. Do you ever fully edit a wedding in Lightroom CC? No. Well, I haven't done it yet, but again, CC is cool, but on the iPad especially, you can't export your photos the right way. But I would edit it in there, yeah. Do you ever use Flash or simulate light in any way? Sometimes I do, but usually I try not to. I had an example. Let me see if I can find an example for y'all. (2019) What were their names? What were their names? I can't remember who they are. Oh my goodness. Who is this? Nope, that's not it. Was it? No, it definitely was it 2020? No. Oh my goodness, remembering couples' names is like the hardest sometimes. That's not it. It's gonna take me too long to find it. Yeah, it's gonna take me too long to find it. There was a wedding I did where I had to use off-camera flash while the bride was getting ready because it was like a barn and it just had a little barn opening for the window and it was just not enough light whatsoever. So I used off-camera flash. Maybe here, I'll keep trying to find it. Let me look one more time. Let me look one more time. I'm pretty sure it was 2019. Oh, wait. Ah, there it is. I found it. Yeah, this was it. Cool. But hold on. Let me just... Yeah, so at this point I'm using off-camera flash. You can kind of tell. You can see it there reflecting in the back. So it's kind of like behind me to the right. You see it flashing? So there just wasn't enough light. So what I ended up doing was there's a lamp on over here and a lamp on over here. And I don't mind it. It kind of creates some light. And then I have... I'm pretty sure I have a flash on my camera and also an off-camera flash. And I just tried to make it, you know, look as natural as possible. And then also there's some natural light spilling in there as well. It's just not enough. But yeah, these turned out great. The cool thing about this is because we have the backlighting as well. So it creates some like separation from the background. And this is how people, they be setting up. They like to set up like that in general. But yeah, so this was all off-camera flash. So I do it sometimes. How many weddings do you do a month? Typically nowadays, I'm not doing that many. Maybe one or two. Super random. Do you have liability insurance? Where would you get that? Yeah, I do. I use Hill and Usher or the Hartford for my liability insurance. Sometimes couples will ask you if you have that too, and some venues won't let you shoot the wedding unless you have liability insurance. So if you're, you know, trying to be a serious photographer and you've been shooting for a while, you might want to look into it. Like, it's definitely something you're gonna need. Yeah, maybe I'll just outsource this and make someone else deal with the pain of editing these photos, because it's gonna be kind of rough. So this was shot all with the 50 f1. This was the 23 f2. Did I stop down? I did, so I'm at 3.2. Here are our photos with the bride. Oh my goodness, what was I aiming at? Hey dudes, how's life going? Glad I caught a stream. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Can you do a video on quitting your job? I have a video where I talk about when I did quit my job, but yeah, I could definitely look into doing one about quitting your job. It's hard because this is a very situational thing. It's not something that can just be like, these are the steps you exactly take. It's kind of hard. Thank you for sharing some examples. Yeah, no problem. Windows or Mac? Right now I'm on Windows, but my computer is both Windows and Mac. I have a Hackintosh, so I flip between both Windows and Mac all the time. Are you retouching faces in Photoshop? I am not. Takes too much time. Wedding photography is not the place to be retouching. Unless it's like a single photo. Like if you do a bridal portrait session and they want to like print out the one photo that they're gonna display, that you can retouch. That makes sense because, you know, it's like, it's gonna be a big print that everyone's gonna see. Like you're gonna want to retouch that. Yeah, this 50 f1 looks so good, yo. I don't, people hating. Someone, I can't remember who that was, named it like the worst lens of the year or something. I don't know, y'all. This thing looks good. Every time I use it, I'm like, ugh. Oh, wait, hold on, we'll do this one. More detail shots. When you see things set up, take the photos when you can. Don't ever just leave setups like there and not take photos of them. Also, it seems a little extra, but I always take photos of all the pictures if they have a setup for like anyone who had like passed over the years. You don't ever know when, you know, maybe a house burns down and they lose the photo. Who knows? Like, just having a picture of a picture sometimes is good. Here's a great example. I was taking a groom out to the first look area and there was no light in here. And my settings weren't set. They were still set for outside. So I like missed these shots. They might be savable. It's nice to get some of these like candid hugs when you can, but my settings just weren't there. So I went ahead and snapped the shot because it was happening and I'm used to just like grabbing stuff when I see it happens. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll cull them and see if they're savable. Here's the first look. I did this by myself. When you first look by yourself, you have to tell the bride not to immediately touch him, to give yourself a moment to like kind of resituate yourself. Oh man, the focus was off. It's fine though. Now the problem with this is I was trying not to have him turn all the way around. He should have turned to his left because I wanted to get his facial reaction, but he turned all the way around, so I didn't get to immediately see his face, unfortunately. But stuff happens. Let's help John out by getting the likes up. Yeah, thank you for that. I had a wedding last night with the XT3 and my new Godox V350. After 30 images with the 132 power, the flash started to overheat. Yeah, the 350, I don't know. I had a couple of friends who tried the 350 and it just wasn't. You need that 680. 680 is a workhorse. The 350 is just like, I can't do it, help me, I can't do it. This will be black and white, focus is kind of off. Walking shots. The videographer was a little like, he was trying to do too much, and they added him last minute. Nothing against videographers, but they always end up getting in the way half the time, and it's just like, it's mad annoying. I can't stand it. Some videographers are great, but most of the time they end up doing something and getting in the way, or trying to run the poses too much, and you're like, I'm trying to do these poses, bro, and you keep stepping in. And it's not like I don't let him get the shots he needs. Like, I always stop for the videographer to get their shots in, and you'll see that in the next full wedding day video. Like, there's a lot of me asking the videographer, like, did you get what you need? You got it? You want to do more? And stuff like that, so. Why do you call it a separate program? Because it's faster. It is way faster than Lightroom. There's the shot she wants. Here it goes again. You remember I was talking about my shots that I always do? So there's no shot list, but here it goes. Point your bouquet at me. Horizontal. Look down at the camera, or your flowers, give it a smile. Vertical. With just the smile peeking out at the top there. I do it every time. Is this the 50? Yeah, this is all the 50 f1. I'm sorry, y'all. This lens does it for me. Look at the fall off on the bokeh on the corners here. So good. Saturday, I accomplished shooting a wedding with 26 people in the wedding, including 2 junior bride and grooms and 3 flower girls. Oh my God. Congratulations on that. Yo, I hate when the wedding party's huge like that. I'm like, do y'all have that many friends though? Do you really? So look, this is stuff that happens at wedding days. Look at me adjust. I was like, oh, I'm cutting his elbow off, so I step back to make sure I get the shot. These are the kind of things as a wedding photographer that you have to do, you know, like you have to notice that stuff. You can't just be taking the photo and then leave it like that. Because there's no way I could have cropped or fixed that. It's too tight. So I stepped back a bit so I could get the shot in. John, is there a crop factor added on the aperture? I'm aware of it being added. I think there is, but I don't totally know how that works. Half the time it's like the shot looks good and it's fine. But I do think there is a crop factor added to the aperture. Which is why I can shoot wide open at f2 all the time. And the photos look fine for even group shots. Because f2 on a crop sensor is nearly like... It's nearly like f4. You know, like... This was the videographer doing stuff, but even when the videographer is doing stuff, sometimes, you know, just shoot Make sure to shoot over his shoulders and stuff, because you could still get stuff that you can use. Also too, when you know a shot's gonna be good, make sure you make the couple go back to get it. So now I'm shooting with the 35 f2. Oh my goodness. What was that? Look how unstraight that is. So bad. I used to like to take pictures of like the guest signing and stuff. Like if I catch people smiling and things, I'll try to grab just like people doing stuff. How many photos you hand over to the couple? It's usually around 650 to 1,000, somewhere in that range. We'll see. I'm currently culling this, so we'll see what this happens. Oh, couldn't keep up with it. They were walking in too fast. Serbia's in the house. I adore colors on your photos. Your preset and color of skin are beautiful. Can you tell as how to make similar? Yeah, I sell a preset. I sell a preset that you could buy yourself and get the exact same colors. I sell my preset. Let me figure out where my bot is actually. My bot should be up in here. Where is my bot? Why is it not working? What? Yeah, I don't. Why is this thing never working? I have the M1 MacBook Pro and it's insanely fast on Lightroom. I'm actually thinking about getting one. With all the video editing I'm doing, the iPad is great, but it just can't. You know, there's no Final Cut on it. Oh, it did it! Yay! There's my preset there, if you're curious. This is all 35 f2. Looks great. Look at that thing catching focus. So good. I'll be shooting my first wedding at the start of September. Is there any last minute advice that you wish you could tell yourself before shooting your first wedding? Do your presets work in ACR? I'm not sure actually. How much cost per wedding? My weddings start at $5,000. I'm actually about to raise my prices again. But my with me for pricing, and again, it's always gonna be particular to your situation. So I can't keep up with weddings and also YouTube. It's like too much at once. So I'm gonna raise my rates to probably a fairly ridiculous amount. It's not too bad, but it's definitely, you know, in the upper tier. And that's, you know, and not that many people are gonna book me. But the thing is, I kind of want that, because I don't want to take too many weddings anymore, because I can't. It's like hard. Like, I want to take 5 to 10 weddings, so I'm gonna raise my prices, and people aren't gonna book me, and that's okay. And then the people who really want to work with me, they're going to you know, they'll book me at that rate and it'll be fine. As far as last minute tips for weddings, there's really not many. The biggest thing, and I talked about it earlier, like, just realize that there will be stuff that you miss. There will be things that won't work the way you want them exactly to. Don't let those ruin your day too much. That's really the main point. Even seasoned photographers have lighting situations that they wish were a little different, or you know, like the weather was bad and it didn't work out the way they wanted it to. There's a lot of things like that that always happens at a wedding day, and it's okay. You know, don't let it make you not shoot weddings anymore. All you'll hear on the keyboard. What will take the places of less weddings? YouTube. I don't know if y'all have watched any of my, like, how much money I make on YouTube videos, but I've made some of those videos, and YouTube it's definitely paying the bills. So, which is great for y'all, because that means more wedding photography education and photography education in general. Okay, so this made me mad, yo. So the videographer, the way he set up, I usually always shoot the kiss with the 50, and I just back up, and it's like a nice tight but wide shot. But I couldn't do it this time because he was in the way, so I had to shoot it with the 23, and I just don't like how this looks. It's fine, and no one's gonna have a problem with it, but I am not happy with that whatsoever. And then here's the stop and kiss. Are you self-taught, or did you go to college? I'm self-taught. I went to school for music production and sound design. How many batteries you carry? Generally, I have 4 on me, and both of my cameras have battery grips, so they have 4 in them. So I guess technically you say 8. Okay, I'm gonna stop BSing and start a YouTube channel. You need to. There's so much money on YouTube, y'all. If y'all can start making it decently, like it's good. It's decent. I mean, yeah, it's good enough that I can stop weddings. I mean, I can tell y'all personally, I just had a payment come in from ad revenue, and this is only ad revenue, and it's basically the price of a decent wedding. And that's without having to have client meetings, having to get a shot list, having to drive to the wedding, having to shoot for at least 8 hours, having to come home and import all the photos and make sure they're okay, having to edit all the photos or maybe get them outsourced. You know what I'm saying? Like literally my ad revenue for the month was 1 wedding. And we have a family of 6, and my wife doesn't work. I like this. That'll be black and white. This one's a little better because it's sharper, at least on the front. Here goes the ring exchange. They did it at the same time, which was weird. I've never seen any wedding do that. Oh wait, are these actually okay? Here's everyone walking out. I usually just snap one quick shot of all of them. Great trade-off. Holy crap, this man. You should also stream your gaming sessions on Twitch. I think I might start doing it. I want to, but again, because it's a family of 6 and I'm the sole income provider, like half the time if I'm doing something, it needs to be generating some kind of money. And when I looked into Twitch, it looks like it's not as monetarily easy as YouTube. Because YouTube is owned by Google, it's very easy to start making money. Oh, that last one was bad. Like, all you have to do is kind of, you know, all you have to do is be in the zone and be consistent. And if you get views, you make money. Whereas Twitch, I feel like you gotta stream forever. But I am looking to get back into Twitch. I already have a channel, but I would love to start gaming again because I just love gaming. It would also give me a reason to buy a PS5. And my wife would be mad. But yeah. I'll be like, I make so much money from Twitch. I need a PS5. But yeah, right now I'm playing Guilty Gear Strive is my jam. I get in a couple matches at least every day. What's a good price to charge when starting wedding photography? It depends on how experienced you are. Never charge money just because you think it's what you should charge. Always base it off of your experience. My first wedding, I charged $500, you know, between like 5 and 1,000. And don't be like, I need to charge more because I bought all this gear. That stuff doesn't matter. If you're not experienced and you can't like bring your couples a great experience overall because you know how to deal with people and you know customer service, don't charge more. Unless you have that stuff together, just don't charge more. Here goes my wide shot Wednesday. That's again, like, you start getting the shots that you like to take. There it is, boom. You see him hit it? It was perfect. Boom. Right there. How many megabytes per raw file in Fuji? I don't know. It's not that much. Does Photo Mechanic tell you? I don't think so. It's not a lot though, like 20, 30, I'm not sure. You are providing for a family of 6 off YouTube. That's a big 21st century win. Yeah. Yeah, the majority of my money right now is YouTube. Now, I'm not saying that I don't get paid from weddings, but I can show y'all if y'all want to see it for real. I'm not shy at all. I think a huge problem in the modern age is that people are so weird about money. Like, they can't just talk about money. Everyone's like, money. And it's like, you're not gonna learn anything at all, you know, from not talking about money or someone showing you money. You know what I mean? Like, they don't even teach us finances in school, and they expect us to like move out of the house at 18 and live a life when no one even told us how to manage our money. And it's no wonder everyone's in debt, because then immediately you get out of school at 18 and all of the credit card companies like, hey, you want a credit card? And you're like, well, I guess that's cool. It'll help me build credit. And you end up spending too much money. Do you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I'm not shy at all about talking about money. I'm very transparent about it because I want y'all to learn. Actually, on my Patreon. I don't think I'm gonna do it next month, but I'm gonna make a video just talking about kind of how I manage my money. And again, you know, like I'm not a CPA or I'm not licensed to give anyone like money advice, but at least seeing how someone manages their money could help. Because me and my wife paid off all of our debt. I mean, we paid off all of our debt in 2020. You know what I mean? When like the world stopped. So it's a big deal. Notice for a lot of family shots are not full body shots unless I missed it. I'm not a fan. I don't think things have to be full body. I'm just not. I don't know. People sit too much on having to have shots full body. Anyway, so here you can see it, right? So back in 2019, I wasn't really doing YouTube. I had kind of started. So like 2018, 2019, weddings was my main income. So you see, I was making like 97,000, 100,000 in the year. That's before tax, so gross. Let's help John out by getting the likes. Thank you so much. So gross, I was doing like 100,000, like 6 figures, right? And you can see, look at my growth over the years. This is me growing over the years as a photographer. 2015 is when I first started using HoneyBook. And again, when you see me like sponsored by a lot of these companies, like I use them. I've been using them. When I do HoneyBook videos or I recommend HoneyBook, I've been using it since 2015, way before YouTube. 2016, I only did 25,000. 2017, I did 37,000. Now, at this point, I was working at Squarespace as well. And I think at Squarespace, I was making like between 65 and 70,000, somewhere in there. So in total, you know, like close to 100,000 still, but mainly because of the, you know, because of being at Squarespace. 2018, I made 97,000. I think that's when I quit Squarespace. Yeah, that sounds about right. So I like had to make the money work. 2019 is when I had that 40 weddings, and that's where the 100,000 came from. I needed to raise my prices earlier, but it's fine. 2020 sucked, as we all know. So it dropped me way back down to barely 30,000. So the rest of the income to pay our bills and to live came from YouTube. This year's actually going so okay with as far as bookings. The fact that I'm at 43. But again, I've raised my prices, so I'm taking less weddings. I mean, you can even see it here. I have 14 booked, but 43. Whereas in 2020, I had 20 booked, but only 29. So yeah, about 50,000 from photography. And the rest of what I've made this year has been all YouTube. How long did you juggle doing weddings and having a full-time job? I did that for 4 years before I quit. And so that's the thing I tell people to, like, you know, do what you can and work where you can. I had kids at that time too, so that's always my biggest, like, I don't mean to sound like I try not to sound like, haha, this should be easy. But if I can do it while having kids, living off of one income, and moving markets when I quit my day job, you know, like, y'all can do it too. And that's supposed to be encouragement. It's not supposed to be like it's easy, because everyone's situation is different. And I'm not going to sit here and act like, you know, that my situation was the hardest ever, because it wasn't. But it also wasn't like me single with a girlfriend or something wanting to quit my day job. Your responsibilities are so low at that point, when it's like you and your spouse or whoever you're dating at the time, and all you have are like maybe some bills. Do you know what I mean? Like, I had bills, I had kids, my wife stayed at home with the kids, so I was the only one making money, and I quit my day job. And not only did I quit, but I moved from New York to North Carolina, which was a market that I had never shot in ever. So I was like a brand spanking new photographer in this area, and I had to make it work. You know, like, there was no other option, because if I didn't make it work, we weren't eating. These are all shots I took just because the videographer was like setting them up, but I don't know, they didn't really work out. And then her dad straight up cut her dress. So I used flash for this because at this point it's too dark inside. But you see how minimal my flash is? So I like to keep things very natural looking. It's so refreshing to see that you sometimes miss the shot settings off the photo. Yeah, and it happens. Like every photographer, you're gonna miss stuff. Everyone's gonna miss stuff, and that's why I want it to be like very apparent, because people act like you're supposed to be perfect. The stuff we show in our wedding galleries is the best. We're showing the best of the best. There's a lot of bad shots. That's why I hate when there's couples who's like, I want every photo. Do you know? Because there's like a good 800 photos of crap. You know, I don't think you want that. What's your honeybook payment schedule? Retainer of how much and when do you send the payments? So generally I have my couples book at 30%. I break the payments into 4 parts. So it's booking fee is 30% and then 3 other payments throughout the year. And I kind of split that up like while you get closer to the wedding day. Seems like pros like you never make these mistakes. Yeah. I'm amazed. Family of 6 and 1 income is amazing. Yeah, we're doing it. We live below our means though. Like that's the biggest thing is we live below our means. My wife is like the queen of the thrift shop. We buy all of our kids' clothes like from thrift shops because like kids clothing, everyone's like, oh, kids are so expensive. Why are you buying brand new clothes from the Gap? You know how expensive that stuff is and your kid's gonna wear it for barely 6 months. Makes no sense. Until they get older and kind of care about what they're wearing, you better be at a thrift shop because half of the stuff in there is brand new because someone wore it for literally 6 months and now they're passing it on to you. So yeah, my wife be in there. So again, people be hating, oh, stay-at-home mom. No, that is the most intense job. And her job, maybe it may not make money, but the money that it saves from not having to send kids to like daycare and for her going through thrift shops and like finding cheaper deals on clothes, that right there is the money making. So it's a lot of that. We just like play it out well, and you know, we're on a budget. Again, that's how we paid off our debt and stuff. Here go the detail shots. I just took these real quick. The cake was out, so I went ahead and took pictures of it. Gotta take some detail shots. I wanted to do this whole bridal party shot outside, but you see I'm using a flash because it didn't flash there. Unfortunately, his brother in the wheelchair here, we weren't sure where he was, but we thought he was outside where we wanted him to go, but he wasn't there. He was over here, and I didn't want to make him have to go all the way around the venue because most venues are like the worst and they don't have a ramp anywhere, so I didn't want him to have to deal with that. Thank you for being so transparent with earnings from YouTube and weddings. So many people are so secretive about it, like you're going to come steal what they have. I mean, yeah, like it's also too a lot of stuff. So many photographers be like acting like there's so much competition. They're like, I don't want you to take my wedding couples. Bro, everybody gets married. Everybody gets married and then they get divorced and then they get married again. So like, I don't understand why people are so concerned about another photographer in the area taking their work. There's there's like billions of people on the earth, millions of people in America. Are you serious? Oh no, you're gonna take all my work. I just can't. I'm 24, I've been married for 2 years and have an income that provides well for me and my wife. I'm hoping to go full-time in the coming years. So you're a massive inspiration. That's awesome. Yeah, and see, that's what I hope. That's my point. It's not to say that my situation was easy or like it was harder than most. But again, if you don't have the responsibility of like kids and things, and especially if you can take the time to pay your debt off, because that's a big thing too, what people miss. A lot of times it's like, oh, I have bills, so I can't quit my job. Most of your bills are your debt. If you can get rid of the debt, then you don't have those bills, and then you don't need to make as much money. And because of that, you can then jump out on a leap of faith and quit your job. And that's kind of what me and my wife were working on. We got rid of the debt, and once that happens, it's like the $500 for this loan and the $200 for that loan and the $400 for this loan. That's gone. So that's like, you add it up, and that's like $1,000, $1,500. I'm just throwing out random numbers, but you know what I mean? Like, that's $1,500 a month that you don't have to make anymore. Or if you're already making it, it's $1,500 you can keep now. So it's just like, yeah, that's what I'm about. You know, like, that's what we've been working on, is keep all your debt as low as you can, because then you don't have to work as much. And that's one of the saddest things that I feel like I see happen to a lot of people, is that because they want to look a certain way, they put all this effort into getting things that they can't really afford, which puts them in debt, which makes them have to work jobs that they don't like, and then you're just stuck in this cycle. You got a house that's too big for you, so you can sit in 2 rooms of your house, but you can be like to all your friends, look at my big house. But now you got to work at some rando 9-to-5 that you hate. You know what I mean? And then you get laid off. Especially, look at things nowadays. That's 2020 taught everyone. People would look at me, like my friends and stuff. They're like, I don't know how you do that. How you don't have a job. What about job security? My bro, 2020 showed us there is no such thing as job security. Because they laid off people with the quickness. You know? And I mean, really, like, any job that you go to, any job that you sign up for, the contract that you sign literally is like, bro, job work for hire. They're literally like, we can fire you at any point in time for whatever we want to for no reason. We can. And you're like, great, I got a new job. And then you try and tell me job security. You know, like, no, they can fire any day. They can be like, sorry, bro, we don't need you no more, for no reason at all, just because they felt like it. I would rather work for myself and be like, I don't know where the money's coming from, so let me do something about it. Do you know what I'm saying? Let me go pick up cheap headshot photo shoots real quick because I need to eat. You know? Like, I have that ability. I can make more when I want to. I just have to figure out how to do it. Whereas when you're at a 9-to-5, you gotta sit there doing backflips for someone for like a year to hope to get a raise. And when you get a raise, they're like, this year you get a $2 raise. You know what? $2, bro? I'm so hype. And then for a whole year now, if not more, you're making $2 extra, which adds up to an extra like $2,000 for the year. Come on, my dude. Job security. Let me stop though. I can't do it. So again, that's no offense to anyone. 9-to-5s are where it's at, especially if you want a steady paycheck. You know, like, yes, 9-to-5s are legit. And if you work for a great company, the chances of getting laid off, you know, aren't the case. My main gripe is the fact that people are so like, they're so scared to do it by themselves. That's all. Like, I'm trying to be like, it's not that scary. It really isn't. Honestly, it took me a year to start making more than I made at Squarespace. And now I'm making like majorly more than I made at Squarespace. You know, and I get to do what I want to. No one gets to tell me no. I can take off when I want to. I can go on trips when I want to. We paid off all of our debt, so we don't have a lot of bills. Like, I have rolling credit card debt for the business because sometimes I'm not that liquid yet, so it's hard if I need to buy new gear. So I don't have that much money on hand. But aside from that, the credit card debt's not like, you know, I'm paying it off. So it's not really debt the way it was before. It's not like a credit card that's like destroying my whole life and I'm not able to pay it off. This is a flash, on camera flash. I like this one better. This one I didn't have enough flash power. Okay, so this was me testing out the off-camera flash. So you see it back here. That's the off-camera flash I was using. Should have gone full screen for this hard. 9-to-5s are security blankets. I'm in the same boat. Family of 6. I'm terrified. And it's hard. It really is hard. When I quit, we were only a family of 4. And so that's another thing too. Like, you know, I keep adding kids. We have a kid on the way, and I have 3 kids now, so we're gonna be a family of 6 soon. We're basically a family of 6 now, but health insurance is the hard part, and I'll be honest about that. That's the hardest. Now, with health insurance, and it depends on how you feel and what you want to deal with, but what we have found a lot of the times is a lot of doctors' offices and places will actually give you discounts if you pay out of pocket. Insurance is kind of, I don't know, it's like a rigged system or something. Because now that we've been paying out of pocket for any doctor visit, and they're like, oh, we'll give you a discount. And we're like, what? What about health insurance? So as of now, we basically just save up money. Because half the time, health insurance, unless you have pre-existing health conditions, like if you're a fairly healthy person without much going on, you're not really going to the doctor like that. You know, some checkups here and there. Did I change lenses? I did. Why did I do that? How you go about taxes every year? I pay them. I save up money all year, and that's something you all should always do. And that's what I'm going to be talking about when I do my little Patreon video about my finances. Oh, look, you can see it here. So this is the off-camera flash. And then look when she walks into my on-camera flash right here. See her get closer to it. Since the off-camera flash has a grid, it's only hitting her there and then here. Photography is a side hustle, and that's cool. That's why I made that video about only being a second photographer. So it's like all the people who just want to do photography on the side and don't want to run it as their main business and have a, you know, their main job. Being a second photographer is great. You can make a couple $1,000s over the weekend real quick. Would you ever consider doing a wedding with one camera if you're just starting out? Maybe. It's kind of scary. You'd have to use a zoom, definitely. And you should still at least have one more camera with you as a backup in case something happens. I've never had anything happen to my cameras, but again, saying I never had anything happen is not really, you know, because then something will happen, so. Yo, when Americans start talking about health insurance, it's crazy. Yeah, it's so sad. It's so sad how health is. Like, it really is. But yeah, they'll give you discounts if you pay out of pocket. And I was like, word? Well, then why are we paying health insurance at these crazy rates? It's really only if you have like serious issues or you have to end up in the hospital or something. That's when it's like, you definitely 1000% need health insurance. But again, I don't really know that much about health insurance either, so. I am in the downtown Raleigh area. Do you offer workshops or internships? So I'm planning on doing a workshop, an in-person workshop at some point, hopefully. I don't think it'll be this year because I haven't really planned it out yet, but I really want to do it. I do offer mentor sessions. I'm thinking about doing something for maybe people being able to like be a third photographer at my weddings. We'll see. That would be really cool. I'd love to do that. Offer being a third at weddings. Well, you are penalized without carrying health insurance, right? Yeah, I think so, actually. Or I don't know. I think so. That was with when Obamacare came through. That's when people started getting penalized for not having health. So I think now that it's gone, I don't know if you get penalized anymore. And that was always the argument. Everyone's like, Obamacare is like health for everyone, but on the same end, if you don't have it, then you have to pay money. So I don't really know what was going on there. Oh man. Okay, so here's a great example of like not knowing what's gonna happen at weddings and things just like not working out the way that you want it to. So when the couple came out, right, the DJ forgot to call out the flower girl. So the flower girl was all excited to have her turn to do the walkout, but the DJ just called the couple. So the couple's standing there because they called her name. But then the flower girl still came through, so I don't have any shots of the couple coming out without the flower girl like being right there. And there's like nothing I can do about it because they all basically came out at the same time. And it's like the worst. Thanks for showing awesome XT3 Solar. Yeah, them cameras still work. This is all XT3 stuff right here. Them cameras do work. And I'm hoping if there's ever an XT5 or whatever, I hope they don't go back with the flip screen. I cannot stand the flip screen. It's more for video, not for stills. Thanks for recommending the Loom Cube. Just used it at a fake wedding this weekend. Nice, awesome. I love my job in radio, but my photography business has grown to the point that we've had to bring in shooters for jobs. Yeah, that's what ended up happening to me too. Like you get to a point where you just like, you can't do both your normal job and also be a photographer. So this was the videographer's light. And I understand they need light, but videographers at reception, sometimes they be killing the whole mood. They're like, here's a super bright light, I'm just gonna shine on everyone. I've had people like literally come up to the videographer and be like, bro, turn the light off, man. Yeah, when you do first look photos, the main thing you're looking for is emotion, especially on the parents' faces. Oh, those would have been good. That might be okay in black and white. So mad. So mad. How do you make sure people can't save your photos off your website? I think you can write some code into your site so that they can't save them, but like at the end of the day, like if someone wants to get your photos, they're going to. I always hate, like, there's so many people who worry about that, and it's like, what's the worst gonna, and also too, like, not to sound mean, but half the time you're just not that popular. It's always like newer photographers who worry about that the most, and like no one knows you, no one cares. No one's saving your photos. And like, yeah, okay, maybe there's like one rando who steals all your stuff, but yeah, you can write that stuff into the code on your website so they're not able to just straight up save it. Here goes speeches. These are pretty straightforward. What program are you using? This is Photo Mechanic for culling. Please don't take digs at videographers. It's necessary. I mean, it is, yo, no, yeah. That's what I was saying. You need the lights, but I've seen videographers do it in a way where it's not like a huge light destroying the mood of everything. So I don't know what the difference is. I don't know if they just trust their ISO more or what, but some videographers get a little ridiculous with the lights. And also too, again, I'm shooting video for a wedding coming up in like a week or two, so I will be that guy. Now, I don't know if I'm gonna need all that kind of light. We'll see what happens, but do you ever edit out exit signs? Sometimes, but not really. I just leave them there. If it's like the banger shot that the couple wants to get printed, then yes, I'll definitely edit out the exit signs. But if not, if it's just like the photos and they don't care, then yeah, I just leave them in. Because again, it's too much editing. Like, this is wedding photography. I'm not gonna go through 1,000 photos and remove the exit sign in every single photo. I'm not going to. It's too much. What lens are you using for the first dance? I usually use my 23 f2 and my 35, somewhere in that range. I think I might have been using the 50 though for the close-ups. So before I was using flash, then I turned it off to see if I could get a shot that was usable since he had a light going on. Do you always shoot with auto face eye? I do not. I usually turn that off. I usually don't shoot with any continuous autofocus. Oh, that was a good one actually. I'm usually doing a single point autofocus. But yeah, especially during the reception, I usually see videographers who like use just the ambient light of everything that's going on rather than having a huge light. And then I took some slow shutter ones just to see how it would turn out. Because again, at reception at this point, you're like, you're doing whatever you want to, you know? Like, you don't need these shots. So you can start like practicing stuff if you want to. Yeah, like this light on here, that's fine. I usually see videographers do something like that rather than like a huge panel that's just like blasting everything. I do videos sometimes. I shoot 4K and crank the ISO to 4000. It's still pretty. That's what I'm saying. Like, video is so much more forgiving than photo. Like, you don't really need light like that. You don't. Like, you can get by. Do you ever shoot both videos and stills for a single wedding? I haven't done that yet. ISO 800. My preferred limit, as high as I would go, is usually 2000 on Fujifilm. For the X-T3 at least. Are you getting a new 23 f1 Mark II? Is that, are they, I haven't heard. Is that what's happening? I don't even know. Do you use flash or LED lighting for receptions? Flash. What are photo mechanic packages? I get around 3 to 4 gigs a month. Photo mechanic packages? Is there a package? I don't know. I just, are we talking about pick time? I don't understand. Photo mechanic, you just buy one time and then you use it for culling. Okay, so we don't want too many photos of this. Yeah, so what I was looking for is the couple. A lot of times, depending on the wedding, the couple doesn't dance, and it's the worst, because like the whole point is you want to get pictures of the couple at the reception having a good time, but some people just like to drink and chill and talk. So but whenever your couple are on the floor, either the bride or groom or them together, that's what you want to take pictures of. So yeah, at this point, unless the shot stands out to me, I'm probably not gonna cull it. Because there's just so many pictures that like... Oh yeah, and then they did their little Italian dance thing. I don't know what this is specifically, but it's pretty cool. So I grabbed some shots of that. There he is, so that's important to have. The man with the saxophone's killing it. Yeah, yo, everyone was loving it. I'd never seen anyone do that either. I was like, oh, this is kind of dope, actually. Rhino off camera for dancing. The off camera is still on. It's just not blasting in the dance floor. I don't like it when you like blast so much light. It like kills the whole mood. How do you go about capturing other guests? When I shoot weddings, I always just focus on the important things, such as the couple and parents. I mean, yeah, I generally also only focus on the couples and parents, but again, if the couple ain't doing anything important, or like, you know, they're not on the dance floor or something, then I just start taking pictures of whoever is having the most fun, you know? Which flash are you using on camera? So I have on camera and one off camera flash. I'm using the Godox V862. That's my main flash. My off camera flash is also a Godox V862. Sorry, I was behind a bit, just catching up. Yeah, third shooter. Yeah, I might do it. But yeah, like these shots of grandma, those are getting called in, you know. Especially when they're doing like a traditional dance. Okay, at this point, everyone starts slow dancing. I usually try to take some close-ups of that just because. There they are together. And then there should be a cake cut. And then a yeah, there should be a cake cut and then group shots. Yeah, here we go. So group shots. Yeah, this first one they had told me about that they wanted to do, so that was cool. And then afterwards, they just kept being like, oh, do my family. Oh, do my family. And then the head of the reception was like, hey, I need to get everyone eating. And it's like, bro, I wasn't the one who planned this. That wasn't me. Here's no flash, slow shutter. So I was at 1/13 handheld. That was me testing. I don't know what was happening. I think I had my flash not set correctly or something. The videographer also had his light like blasting, so these seem dark, but I think, yeah, my ISO is only at 400, which is super low comparative to what I normally have. So these should be like savable basically, or not savable, but like I should be able to bump the exposure up pretty high. and not have it ruin the photos at all. I think that was it. Yeah, that was it. We did it. Awesome. So now I run back to Lightroom. I go to the wedding. I find everything that's 4-star and below and is not edited. Select it all. And then read metadata from files. And that's how the 5 stars come back to my photos. Magmod sponsor this dude. Maybe one of these days. Full power 1.1. That's too slow. So much flash. Whoever's having the most fun. Yeah. Because, like, you don't want pictures of people standing around being like, oh, it's a reception. Like, find the people who are hyped. They're going to make the best photos. I love the different cultural dances at weddings. Just had a super pose. Yeah, it's really fun. It's good stuff. Okay, while that is going real quick, I'm gonna take a quick BRB. I shall return. All right. So yeah, basically at this point, I'm pretty much just waiting for Lightroom to pick up all of those 5 stars so I can go ahead and start editing everything. And your V862 battery lasts long? Yeah, honestly, I could probably shoot 2 to 3 weddings on the V862s without even having to charge them. They come with their own batteries. It's like a lithium ion battery. That's the one you want to get. Don't get the one that uses AA batteries. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah. So here's the V862, but this one is the one that comes with its own lithium ion battery. And this thing holds a charge for a hot minute. Like, it's actually kind of surprising. I've let and I'm sure the flash turns itself off, but I've left this in my bag turned on by accident and it still has a charge on it. So I charge it before every wedding, but you really don't need to. But the great thing about this too is the recycle time is super fast because the battery is just really awesome. So don't get the one that takes normal AA batteries. Like, get the one with the lithium ion with it. What power do you set your flash? It depends. It changes depending on the scene and what's happening. But generally I sit around 1/32 or 1/16. So that's another thing that helps me get quick recycle times. Is 132 or 116. It's just so quick on the flash. It keeps up with my shutter speed. It's tough you didn't get the couple coming out. I mean, a lot of couples, they don't like to do exits. It's like a whole thing. So like sometimes it's cool to have, but I'm fine when I don't have it. Were you able to get natural fills to work on other programs? I remember you trying to, so I'm still trying to get it for Capture One. It's not totally there yet. I'm still working on it. Yeah, it's a little rough, but oh, you know what? I'm about to make my stream bot stop blocking people for doing caps. Cause y'all be hype about stuff and then get blocked. Let's see if I can even find it. Caps protection, preferences. Yeah, let's just turn this off for now. That's fine. Someone type some all caps just to test it out. Normally, how many flashes do you have spread out on a venue? I don't really do off-camera flash. So generally, I have 2 flashes that are on my cameras. When you can do a video on flat lay picture setup, nervous of one coming up. I'm gonna try to camera go I want to do a flat lay video, but I need to find a sponsor for it because I need to find someone to get me cardstock stuff so I can make a real flat lay for y'all. Why do you prefer Fuji above Canon? More specs? So to me, cameras aren't about specs. The specs aren't really, like, that's cool and all, but they're numbers. They don't have anything to do with how you shoot and how you're going to approach shooting. So for me, at the end of the day, it's about what feels right to me as a photographer and what just works best. I like Fuji overall. I love the cameras, the colors. I love the size, the weight, the price. The lenses are tiny. Like, there's so much about it that I love. So like at the end of the day, I don't know. I've talked about that before with like the Sony A1. Like, someone goes and buys the Sony A1. Oh, shoot 30 frames a second. When do you need that? You know, like, are you a sports photographer? Because if not, you don't need it. Are you a wildlife photographer? Because if not, you don't need, like, weddings. You don't need 30 frames a second. So it's the same thing. Like, I don't know what the specs are on the R, but I'm sure they're good, but again, at the end of the day, they're just numbers. A camera's meant for taking pictures, and the photographer is the one who decides everything. So what am I doing now? So right now, you can see it here in the top left where it says reading XMP metadata. So all of the photos that I culled in Photo Mechanic, I'm making Lightroom go and read the information on the files so that it picks up all those 5 stars. So like down here, it's probably, hopefully it's down here, but at some point you see it like adding a 5-star to stuff. Or even while it's doing that, if I switch this to be like 5 stars, you'll see it start adding photos. Yeah, you see it adding the photos in because it's going through and reading that information and picking up those 5 stars. And this is the process that I do when I cull. So I'll come in here, I'll cull everything. I will, you know, bring in all the 5 stars. And then at that point, I'll either ship it out to be edited by an editor, or I'll edit it myself. Depending on how many photos this is, I might have it shipped out because I have a lot to do this week. I have a lot of videos I have to make. So we'll see what happens. Is this spam on my video? Yeah, this is... There's always... spam comments, and it's like the worst. I still shoot with a Canon 5D Mark III and a 6D. I don't see the need to get the ROS or the R or the R5 when the camera I currently have is doing that. Exactly. That's the thing, like having gear acquisition syndrome or gas or whatever, like that's an easy way to waste your money. And I'm not gonna front, like I be buying cameras all the time, but you know, if the thing works for you, then use it. Like, especially from a business aspect, keep your bottom line low. What is the photo select software? That's Photo Mechanic. How many photos on average? It's usually between 650 and 1,000, somewhere in that range. So far, it's still picking photos, but I'm up to about 358, it looks like. Can you talk more about the one-on-one sessions? Yeah, so first, let me find the link for y'all. But basically, I have 90-minute mentor sessions where I'll sit down with you over Zoom. Or I guess, I mean, COVID stuff's still going on, but you know, if you want to meet in person and you're in the area, like I'm down with that too. But I'll sit down with you for 90 minutes and we can basically go over anything you want to chat about in your photography business. We can do photo critiques, we can do website critique, we can talk about just anything, basically anything that you are wondering about or want to try and get better at. I'm thinking about making more, because this is just like a single session, but I'm thinking about maybe making something that's more like maybe like a monthly thing, so the price would be a little bit different. But yeah, it's definitely, it's pretty much guided by anything you want it to be, and it'll just be upfront real information, so take notes and you know, we'll go through it all. I'm still rocking the Nikon D7100, just the 51.8 for weddings. Where do you get your editors? I've been using the Image Salon. They're a full company. They've been working for me, so, and when you sign up for them, they give you a single editor who will work with your stuff. Do you ever use a dedicated keyboard? I was using the Tour Deck for a while. Right now I'm not using it, but it was really cool when I was using it. So see, I'm up to 400 something photos now. It's still going through all this. Oh, let's see if these were savable. I'm curious actually. Oh yeah, see, I cranked. Oh no, the ISO is 200. This might be savable. Yeah, it's grainy, but it's not a great photo though. It's like not worth saving. Yeah, I'm just gonna take those out. I love little shots like this and just making them black and white. That's like my always jam. Are you in Lumina AI? I'm not. This is Lightroom. I'm a Sony shooter and I use the dual straps. The most annoying thing is when walking around the cameras rub my hips and changes the settings. Huh. I mean, yeah, I don't deal with that with the Fuji, but the Fuji has those little locking keys on like the knobs. I have had it happen a little bit for the aperture, but it's rare that it happens. You've got my brain buzzing about doing YouTube. What do you use for editing? I use Final Cut Pro, because again, my computer is PC and Mac. Because I used to work at Apple, I was already familiar with Final Cut. Also because I majored in audio production and sound design, working in a linear editor like that is familiar to me because editing audio is about the same as editing video. So yeah, I use Final Cut. It was just easiest to use, and I was familiar with it from working at Apple. I also got it for free because I worked at Apple, so I just have it. So it just made sense to use that. But yeah, it's a lot of work, but again, if you can get in there, it's pretty decent money. Hackintosh, very nice. I may make one of those. They're nice. I don't know how long Hackintoshes will be around now that Apple's switching to their own silicon, but as of now, it's nice. Like, I'm a big fan of being able to be like, I'm gonna play some games, switch to Windows. I'm gonna do some design type stuff, switch to Mac. Do all my Final Cut YouTube stuff over there. The flexibility is quite nice. So here we go. I can level this out real quick. Throw the preset on it. Add that magenta, man. And boom, that's pretty much the edit. And then again, because speed is like the thing when it comes to weddings, after that, which Lightroom's taking forever to load the photo, there it goes. Then I would select all the other photos in that same scene, sync the settings, and then the rest of those are edited as well. So that's pretty much the workflow for editing. Edit one, use the same scene, select the rest in the scene, go from there. Senior photo shoot time. Have a good session. Thanks for hanging out on the stream. Oh, Lightroom's like, bro, you got me doing too much. Why are you trying to edit while I'm also reading the XMP data? Oh, make it stop. Oh, there it goes. Black and white. How many photos? We're up to 551 now. We'll probably hit like the 800 mark-ish. I did kind of overcull, but you know, whatever. I'd rather overcull than like miss stuff. I hear Magenta come back to the stream. Right, it has been nice with them using NVIDIA Intel for this. Yeah, so like even now, like Apple stopped with the NVIDIA and they're only AMD now. So I have an AMD 6800 XT for my graphics card because that was the only way that I was able to Hackintosh it very easily. You can Hackintosh AMD processors, but it's kind of scary. So I have an Intel chip and an AMD graphics card. Just seeing how all this stuff, oh, y'all already know, you can see it. Y'all already know it's gonna be added to this photo. Magenta, man. Oh, actually it's not, it needs to be warmed up. Do you ever get nervous doing a wedding? Not nervous, but I definitely like, I have things that I end up dreading about a wedding day. Like sometimes I'm concerned if the like the bride's too type A, which I vet my couple, so usually I don't get super type A people, but sometimes they slip through the cracks. And when that happens, I'm like, oh God, we're about to deal with this. Usually it's not bad, but it's stuff like that. It's like going towards the wedding day being like, oh no, it's about to be this whole thing, and you know, I hope it turns out well. That's usually what happens. So it's less of a nervousness and just kind of like a, I don't know how to explain it. Heading back to work. Thanks for hanging out on the stream. Catch you next time. Yeah, I'm about done for now. I have to export all that stuff, and then I have some other work I need to do as well, so I'm just going through kind of picking out some black and whites. Just kind of seeing what I can find and how that stuff works out. Also too, when it comes to someone else editing your photos, if I edit some, they will like pull the edits and help them edit themselves that way. Man, my wife and I never get tired of your work. I'm slowly using the grain this week. I shoot Nikon and never really got used to the grain in photos. Oh, nice. How to always get the sharpest photos without missed focus. I mean, you're gonna miss focus. I was talking about that earlier. At some point in time, you will miss focus. And that's what I was trying to get across, that like even the greatest of wedding photographers miss focus at some point in time. And it's okay. Like that's a normal thing. Oh my goodness. Where's my magenta? Actually, that was too much orange. There it goes. But the main thing is don't shoot continuous autofocus. Shoot single point. And then also make sure your shutter speed's not too slow. What do y'all like? Color? Black and white? Do you count the virtual black and white conversion photos as part of the total picture count? Yes, but I don't quote my couples like an exact photo amount. I don't like that. I think that's kind of restrictive. Also, too, it gives couples a reason to like have an issue with something. I give my couples an average. So I'll tell them like average for an 8-hour day is 650 photos. So then that means that all I have to really do is kind of supply close to 650 and it's fine. Oh, actually, I'm curious about these bride getting ready photos. I think those aren't going to turn out so great. They actually were questionably dark. Like, it's really too much. That one's better. This one can go. Oops. Also, too, when photos are super dark, black and white is always nice because just the contrast of the light tends to show up better. Oh yeah, these are fine. The white balance is just... Yeah, that's fine. Hi from Hungary. I really appreciate your videos. Can you help me how to do the perfect white balance? White balance is an always changing thing. I tend to use auto white balance, but I will use Kelvin if for some reason the color of things is not really turning out the way I want it to. Where do you keep your single point in this photo? Generally in the center, but I move the square depending. So like on this photo, I would put it on her face because she's the point in this photo. So if she's a little bit out of focus, it's whatever. Has any couple ever hopped on to these live streams and seen themselves while you edit? Yeah, I've had a couple of couples. Actually, a lot of my wedding bookings now come from actual wedding couples, like people who saw me on YouTube. So they already know that I do all this. Let's make a virtual copy. Or like when I do the premieres of the full wedding day videos, I've had couples jump into the premiere of the full wedding day video and they're like, yay, it's like reliving my wedding day. And you're like, whoa. How do you describe what style of photography you do when you show work? That is the hardest, trying to figure out a style or how to call your style. It really is like near impossible sometimes. Yeah, this is gorgeous in black and white. Signature pose? I guess my biggest signature pose is the one I call the wide shot Wednesday. That's probably the one I use the most, at least. Okay, black and white or color? What say ye? I feel like the black and white looks like an ad. That's some good stuff. Yeah, the wide shot Wednesday is my go-to. I always end up doing that at some point. Oh man. Wow, I went for 4 hours. Yeah, I'm about to stop in a second. Black and white. Black and white looks like it belongs in the max. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It looks like an ad or something. Ugh. Let me show y'all that here's the final edit on that, right? So again, we were talking about it more at the beginning of the stream, but I have the presets I used in exposure for my black and whites, or even just for any of my, because I don't do my sharpening inside of Lightroom. So what I would do is I would export this, and if I was exporting it to be delivered, so first I have everything sectioned off by year, by session type, so wedding, and then by couple. So this is Mary and Eric. Oh, I already have one, okay. And I'll put it in a folder called other just for now. And if I were editing this to be delivered, you'd go JPEG 100% sRGB. I don't resize it, resolution 300 ppi, sharpen for screen low, and then it opens up in exposure, which is where I add the sharpening. So I do sharpening on the JPEG stage. So I export. He went to Jared, so every kiss begins. So here is exposure. This is an older version of it. This is X4. They're up to like 6 or 7 now. I can't remember. So this is the exported photo, still with no sharpening on it. So it's a little soft. It did a little bit of screen sharpening. And then here are my presets here. My black and white one is super grainy, but it also adds some contrast. You see that? So that's what I would use for my black and whites. Give it that little pop of extra contrast. And this is what people were asking about before, if I was gonna release this. So here's the before, here's the after with that little extra pop of contrast. Look at how different. It was like super flat before. It was like bam. And there's the grain. So this, the exposure sharpening stage is the only thing that's different from the natural fills preset. So the natural fills preset as it is and how you buy it is exactly the same colors and tones that I use, but this stage, the exposure is the difference. How should one go about wedding contracts? Like, should I have the couple sign something even it's my first wedding? Yes, always, 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 always contracts, always, 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 always contracts. Even if it's just a sheet of paper where you write on it and you're like, I am doing your wedding for this much money and delivering this many photos. And both y'all sign just something. You know what I'm saying? Something that's legally, like something you can say like, hey, here it is. You signed this thing and we have it together and we both see it. Cause if something goes bad or a couple wants to claim something and you don't have a contract, you're in trouble. There are some websites and they sell contracts, and that's a good place to start. The Legal Page is one. She has a bunch of contract stuff on her site. Her stuff is really good. I'll drop her here in the chat. But these are like pre-baked contracts that you can buy, and then you go in and like fill them in and change them up. And if you want to make sure that your contracts are like 1000% solid, then after you've gone in and made your changes to it, then send that to a lawyer to actually look at, and they'll like clean it up and make sure everything's good. Why another only for sharpening grain? So it's mainly because I shoot with Fujifilm, and supposedly Fujifilm files get like worms on them in Lightroom. And worms, it's just like this weird phenomenon with the way that Lightroom tries to sharpen the photos for some reason. So since Lightroom does the sharpening weird on Fuji files, I do my sharpening inside of exposure. Also, the grain in exposure is just way better. The grain in Lightroom is kind of trash. Do you recommend an LLC or sole proprietorship? So generally, and again, I'm not a lawyer, so don't take all my information at face value. But if you're not making a whole bunch of money and you're not even sure how much or how long you're going to be doing wedding photography, you probably should just sole proprietorship. LLCs protect you and your stuff. So if you get sued, like the business gets sued, not you as a person. But on the same end, there's a lot of extra stuff that comes to it that when you're first starting out, you may not need to do. Technically too, when you're an LLC, like a sole person LLC, even when you're doing your taxes and stuff, you're still considered a sole proprietor, basically. So LLCs really just protect you so that if someone sues you, they can't take your assets. But again, I'm not a lawyer or anything, so. But yeah, if you're not making like 6 figures or close to 6 figures, I don't know if you really need to fully be a full-on LLC. Like I don't know if it's totally worth it. Like I was not an LLC for the majority of my business. Like I literally just recently LLC'd probably in the last 2 to 3 years. See? Everything's so much better with magenta. Magenta, man. Now, if I was going to be extra, I would warm them up because they're obviously too cool. The reason I cooled it down is because she's getting this light on her, so she doesn't need to be as cool. Do you think to sell the exposure preset? Yeah. If so, when? I could honestly do it soon. I probably should go ahead and just do it. I haven't been doing it because I didn't want there to be confusion. I feel like people are going to buy it because it's going to be cheap because it's literally just sharpening and grain. I feel like people are going to buy it and be like, hey, there's no color differences here. You know, so... Yo, you really do come back anytime magenta's mentioned. Got my 2-year-old daughter saying magenta. Oh, that 2-year-old age is so good too. When they like just start talking. Cool, so it's done. Here we are. I got a total of 947 photos. Great. I'm definitely not editing that because I have too much going on right now. I took too long to cull this though. I should have culled it like a week ago. This is great. Let's see how this looks. So this is 1000 ISO, so it's pushing it at this point. I could have upped the power on my flashes and dropped my ISO to get a technically cleaner photo. Should be, yeah, everything's really warm because of the light, so I should be able to cool it down. And that works. It's gonna look way better in black and white though. You already know. That angle hurts my soul. It's so fun. Yeah, it really, that 2-year-old age. When you come into NYC for an event, hopefully soon. Let me show you the so again with my sharpening. So like this is the finished photo. I hate the colors are all janked up. What's happening here? Here, let's pick something better. Here, what's edited so far? Yeah, this works. So like, so I would export it. All the settings again are the same. JPEG 100% sRGB, no resizing, resolutions 300 ppi, screen, sharpen for screen, low, and open and exposure. I would export it. Then it opens in exposure. So here is the full photo, and then I would add my sharpening and grain. It has the tiniest pop of contrast on it, and then it sharpens and adds grain to the photo. And yeah, the grain in exposure is so much more believable. And I don't know if y'all can see it. Here's before sharpening. Here's after. So yeah, it just makes the photo so much more crisp. That looks very clean at 1000 ISO. I've been seeing 1600 on X-T3. Still, yeah, 2000 is my max on the X-T3. And even that, like, I probably could push it further if I really wanted to. This is some stuff from a session I did at WPPI. The photo walk that I was kind of the lead on. So I think I already edited this one, didn't I? Yeah. So this is GFX 100S files. I wonder if I can save the background there. So let's sync these settings. And this was the 110 f2, which is just ridiculous. The resolution on these is like dumb. Ew, not an APS-C. What is that? Wait, it's more than full frame? What is he doing? Oh my goodness. I can feel Lightroom being like, this file is huge, bro. That zoom is always so crazy to me. It's just like computer specs. So I have a custom built PC / Hackintosh. I have a Intel i9 9900K, overclocked a tiny bit, maybe. I have an AMD 6800 XT for my graphics card. I have 128 gigs of RAM, and I cannot remember the speed of the RAM. I can find that out for you at some point, though. And yeah, and hard drives for days. Because there's so much resolution, I can probably put Skin Smooth Plus on this and it not look bad. The GFX makes me miss my high-res Nikon, but really love 24 megapixels. Yeah, 20 and really like 24 megapixels is enough, you know, like unless you're doing print work or something, like it really is enough. That's the thing, like wedding photographers got on this, it has to be full frame. Bro, you get so many more advantages from a crop sensor at a wedding. Everything's sharp, you don't miss focus. The files aren't huge. And I mean, you're over here shooting like thousands of photos. You would think having smaller files would be something that people wanted, but no, it has to be full frame. And I'm just like, yo. Uh-oh, Lightroom, okay. Let's see, does this look bad? Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, because there's so much resolution that all I'm doing is softening it up just a tiny bit. Dual boot, yeah, you know it. I can switch back and forth between Windows and Mac OS whenever I want to. So let's be extra and just clean up this background a little bit. Oh my goodness, yeah, it's like struggling with this file. So I had been shooting the GFX at 35mm mode, which gets rid of some of the file size, so the file sizes aren't so big, but this is like, this is compressed full size GFX, and it's, you know, it's feeling it. I can definitely tell that Lightroom is like, okay. So some of these little marks and dots, they were standing out a little bit too much to me, so I'm just kind of getting rid of them real quick. Nothing crazy. I can get some of these down here too, probably. breaking the rules. All right. So now Whenever I want to do more heavier edits, I will right click and edit in Photoshop. Is 24 to 70 enough for a wedding? I'm on a budget. Yeah, you can get by with a wedding on a 70 to 200. Nikon's where it's at. No disrespect taken. I'm a big fan of use what works for you. Outside of that, I don't care. You know, like. Also, too, like as a photographer, I get excited about cameras in general. You know what I mean? So when cameras have cool specs and stuff, it's interesting and exciting to me because I'm a photographer. Like photography. Uh-oh. Photoshop is like, oh no. Photoshop tutorial? I barely know how to use Photoshop. Okay. Photoshop time. So really the only thing I do in Photoshop is like removing stuff. It's literally all I do in Photoshop. I don't use it for anything else. So like this stuff down here, it's just too distracting for me. I mean, I guess technically I could leave the light, but I don't know. I don't like it, so we're gonna content aware fill. That's kind of obvious. I wonder if I can clone this little bit of a line. Wait. No, that's not gonna work. That's the downside of GFX files. You can see everything. Is that obvious? I mean, let's try it again. I feel like it's too obvious. Oh God, I clicked something by accident. I just changed the X-T3 from Canon. Some of my pics with Fuji are really grainy and noisy. What's your advice? What's your ISO at? What did I do? I use Luminar AI to cheat a little. Oh man, I'm so mad. Y'all, I didn't eat at all. I didn't eat lunch. I'm hungry. I don't really eat breakfast. ISO max is 1000. I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, the photos are probably going to be a little bit more grainy than what you're used to from something that's like full frame. But on the same end, what it really comes down to is if the light, how the light looks. Also, if you're using the natural fills preset, keep in mind that like I do add grain to the preset, so you might want to turn that off as well. Trying to be like John Branch. Do you edit mostly on Windows or Mac? I'm on Windows mainly because I don't trust my Hackintosh, or I didn't. Now I do, but unfortunately I have my workflow so heavily set up on the Windows side that I haven't been able to switch over, but it would be beneficial for me to switch over to Mac OS because Windows, I have my video games and sometimes I get distracted. So Okay, I might have to quit out of Photoshop for a second. Is it still doing stuff? Yeah. I'm sorry. I done messed up the whole thing. Where's my task manager? In task. Okay, let's try this again. Magenta Man fan club. Yo, I'm about to make a shirt. I'm about to get someone to design me some merch. Say Magenta Man, and everyone's gonna be like, what? What does that mean? Magenta Man. Okay, we're back. We're back, and this time we're not gonna click the wrong button. So I can't tell, but sometimes when I work with models, they be like hyping you up, right? And I don't know if that's just like, yeah, that's better. If models know that, like, if you hype up your photographer, you might get better results out of them, or do they legitimately think I'm a good photographer? And that's always where I sit. I'm like, am I actually good? Or are you just telling me I'm good so you can get good photos? Do you say this to every photographer? So basically, I'm just trying to clone in some more detail since it decided to pull from somewhere that had more bokeh on it. I'm just trying to make it not as obvious. Oh. If that's even possible. I guess that's fine. I'm really bad at this, y'all. Y'all shouldn't, don't watch anything. Wow, John Branch is teaching us Photoshop. I'm not. I'm showing you how bad I struggle with Photoshop. I'm the worst. I just content aware fill everything. I just let Photoshop take care of it. I'm like, here, Photoshop, do it. Oh my god, you too, it's the worst. I'm like, am I good? They're like, oh, I love your photo. They're like, I'll be at sessions or like stuff like this where it's a photo walk, so there's like multiple photographers and they're like, I want your photos, I don't want anyone else's. And I'm like, am I good? Or are you just saying that because I'm the one leading the photo walk, so I'm the teacher? Am I good? Because you're a model, people take pictures of you all the time, you know? Like, there's no way that you're just like, oh my goodness, you're so hype. Am I? Anyone who's like a Photoshop god is probably watching me right now like, oh my goodness, what is he doing? This bro has no idea what he's doing. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I just wanted to clean up the photo a little bit, you know. That will need a bit of cloning. That's a little bit better. Hype hair, hype photos. Yeah, like I did a photo shoot once and the model shows up and I was shooting like a bunch of different models, right? So she shows up and she's like, oh my god, you're so good. I'm like, I haven't even taken photos of you yet. And I'm sure she's seen some of my work on Instagram. But I was like, it was just weird. Like the whole time I was just like, wait, is she like gassing me up so that I'll do better? Or does she legitimately think I'm good? And then I was just like, for the whole session, I was just perplexed, like, and I was just there like, well, I didn't even realize that models did that. And I was like, wow, it would make sense. I mean, I would do it too. Where'd the photo go? Oh, you know what? Because it's not, I don't know where the photo went. Usually it comes back here because you have it saved, but because this is synced, I actually don't know where it lives. I did all that work just to not know where the photo went. Great job. Where would it be? Is it here? Wow. Well, it's gone. Great job. I just edited a photo. I don't... Oh, wait. Yeah, we found it. Let's export it. I have a WPPI folder. We'll put it inside the full res. I'm gonna export it this time at 600 PPI since it's a GFX file and I have the room for it. How do I submit a photo? I purchased your preset. I'm not taking photo submissions right now, but when I do announce it, it'll usually end up on my Instagram. So this is one of my photos I took with the GFX 100S. That thing, did you see the resolution on this? I haven't even added any sharpening. Woo! That thing is crispy. I feel like my sharpening and grain. I didn't even see what it changed. Oh yeah, there it goes. Yeah, a kick of contrast and extra sharpening. It's almost too sharp. I don't know how well. I feel like it's almost over sharpened. Yeah, that's kind of a rough. It's weird because since there's so much resolution, sharpening is a little different. How do you gauge when a photo has been over sharpened? Any tips on preventing over sharpening and thoughts on Lightroom's output sharpening? So the output sharpening looks nice. I've never seen it be crazy. The over sharpening, it's hard, right? Because at that point you start getting pixel peeping. Like from this distance, that sharpening looked good. But then when I zoomed in on it here, it looked almost over sharp. Things start getting too crisp. They look like knives. Where am I don't even remember how to use this no more. Detail? Yeah, like I feel like it's just sitting there somewhere. That feels better. Yeah, it was way up here at 85. Uh-oh, did I go back too far? I can't tell if it's too much or not. Also, too, it's one of those things like if I pull the radius back, that might help. Yeah. Because the radius makes the lines like thicker. Like the sharpening lines. Yeah, that's a little bit better. The masking could be better too. Can you show where you edit sharpness and grain? This is exposure. I'm basically showing it already, so. I'm editing my first wedding film and man, it's hard. Yeah. Wedding videos. Videographers get props. Cue in the Christmas music. Man, this thing. Can I just delete the layer? I like don't even use exposure. I don't know how it works at all. Yeah, I feel like at the full distance of the photo, like I can't see the difference. I can't tell if it's over sharp. I gotta be all up in it. But yeah, see, cleaning up that stuff on the floor I think helped. It's not perfect, but I felt like my eyes were being drawn down to whatever was going on down here. Whereas now that it's gone, I can focus on the main point of the photo. Hey John, say hi to the family for me. Is that a model? Yes. This was a model that we used at WPPI with a photo walk that I led. I'm shooting hybrid for the first time ever. I'm scared to death. I just finished a video about shooting hybrid. Just tips for it, but yeah, I would be scared to do hybrid shooting at a wedding. As of right now, I do them at engagement sessions and it doesn't bother me so much, but I could not imagine doing it at a wedding. I'm gonna export a low-res version of that so I can post it on socials. On all the socials and things. Okay, let's export it again. This time we're not, oh, I made an other folder inside of full res, stupid. Let's put it here. We're gonna go 2500 on the long side, 72. Congratulations on thank you so much. Yeah, it was cool. I guess technically I did 3 photo walks. Oh wow, so much resolution lost. That's when you export a small version of a GFX file. I mean, you still see it in the photo. You can definitely see that it was a GFX. It just has that depth separation going on. All right, folks. I think that's about it. I need to go ahead and I need to start getting these, all of these, hold up, this photo's bothering me. I need to get these photos delivered and shipped out and ready to start editing. So time for me to head off. We almost hit another 5-hour stream. Look at there. I didn't think I'd do it again. But yes, thank you for hanging out on the stream, y'all. I had a fun time. I hope you learned something by watching me cull and edit some of my photos. I hope you enjoyed looking at some of these GFX 100S photos. I'm almost at 100,000 subs, so keep an eye out this Friday for the full wedding behind the scenes video. That should be good. We're gonna be premiering it, so I'll be sitting in a chat with you all so we can all chat about the wedding video. And again, it's like almost 3 hours, so it's a good one. But again, thanks for hanging out on the channel, y'all. How often do I stream? I usually stream at least once a month, but a lot of my streams are very just sporadic. Whenever I have to do work, I'll get on and stream. So thanks again so much, y'all. Thanks for all the subs. Thanks for hanging out. And if y'all want to see some Magenta Man merch, let me know, because I'll do it for real. I really will. But thanks for hanging out. I'll catch you all on Friday for the premiere of the full wedding day video. I'll catch y'all next time. All right. Peace.